determine if a dog more fully identified below may be deemed a dangerous or nuisance dog pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 140, Section 157, and Chapter 104 of the Easton General Bylaws. Copies of the petition and supporting documents are on file in the Select Board's office. The dog owner is the dog's name is Jasper. The breed is mixed. The owner is Matthew Deheen, 25 Squanton Ave, Northeastern. Petitioner is Peter Deere, 8 Squantum Ave, Northeastern, Mass. A hearing at which the public will have the opportunity to testify and present evidence on the matter will be held via remote participation using the Zoom platform. Instructions for accessing this remote hearing will be provided on the meeting agenda available on the Town of Easton's website. That's it.
Okay, I'm having some little internet delays here, so bear with me. I'd like to ask each select board member to state their name to ensure that we have a quorum.
Greg Barger.
Tom Broussard.
Charles King.
Mark Lamb.
And Dottie Fulgenetti. Welcome, everyone. So on December 14th, 2020, the Select Board received a written report from Animal Control Officer Jordan Holbrook recommending that a dangerous dog hearing be held in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 140S 157, relating to an incident dated on December 9th, 2020. The full detail is in the attached documents. The notice of public hearing was sent to the petitioner and the owner of the dog. That's attached and was read. The report from the Animal Control Officer, the Easton Police Department Incident Report, the supplemental narrative of the Animal Control Officer, the letter from the neighbor George Harrington, a letter from the petitioner Peter Deere, a clinical summary, discharge instructions, and associated veterinary documents, an order for quarantine of Jasper by ACO Holbrook, notice and voluntary agreement by Matthew Dehan, the owner of Jasper, the letter submitted by Kate Welch, and a request for a continuance from Jeremy Cohen, counsel for Mr. Dehan, is all in the packet. Also attached, the relevant dog provisions of the bylaws and Mass General Law for the Code of the Town of Easton and the Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157, are all included in the packet. So we've opened the hearing and the notice was read into the record. We are going to, there is in the packet, there is an order of how we're going to call people to testify. We are first going to hear from, hold on one second, the petitioner. Then we're going to hear from the animal control officer and or the police officer, the witnesses in support of the petitioner, the dog owner, and the witnesses in support of the dog owner. If you are in the attendee section right now, you'll be brought into the as a panelist to be able to speak. So please wait patiently until it's your turn. This is going to be a very emotional hearing. These dog hearings are not comfortable or pleasant for anyone. And I would just say that I expect everybody will be treated respectfully and there won't be any type of problematic language amongst each other once we call you into the panelist section. So first up, and we will swear you in once you're in. So the first party that we would have
Mike's raising his hand.
Yeah, I just received a couple of texts from Jeremy Cohen. He wanted to be brought in, right at the start of the hearing.
Well, we're going to bring in the petitioner first. The petitioner is listed first, and that's who we're going to bring in first. So
yeah, but he wants to attend because we'll be able to ask questions of Mr. Deere.
We're going to have the petitioner speak first, and then we'll bring in Mr. Cohen when it's time to ask him questions. Is that okay, or?
I don't think he can hear what's going on. He's texting me right now.
He can hear, if he's in the attendees room, the attendees will be able to hear what's going on.
Yeah, Michael, the packet of information that we shared with all parties, including Mr. Cohen, laid out a proposed process, which would note that when any witness is speaking, they would do so uninterrupted at first. They would be questioned by the board for clarification, and then the opposite party, in this case, Mr. Cohen, will get moved over to ask any questions and clarifications of the witness. My understanding that that's appropriate of a hearing of this type.
Well, with the exception, he should be able to be in the meeting. He's having a hard time here trying
To be clear, he is in the meeting. It shows him as an attendee of this meeting, and unless he's having technical issues on his end, he should be able to see and hear everything we're saying. He's just not on the audio and video panel speaking with us in real time.
can he be brought into the panel?
Not right now. The petitioner is going to speak first, and after the petitioner speaks, then we can bring Mr. Cohen in to ask his questions.
He's texting me. He said he has something he has to raise with the board before.
Then he can send it through the Q&A if you'd like to do that.
He should be able to speak if he wants to be heard.
Michael, this is our hearing. We put a notice out on how we want the hearing to run, and he can either ask us a question through the Q&A if it's an emergency, or he can wait until the petitioner speaks first. That's the choice.
He's threatening an appeal already.
Well, then he can threaten an appeal. Could we bring in Mr. Deere to be sworn in?
Dottie, I also believe that Mr. Deere has counsel with him. Michael O'Shea is my understanding.
Yes. Hi, everybody.
Oh, Mr. Deere.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Deere.
Mr. Deere, is your counsel with you?
Yes, he is. His name is Michael O'Shea.
Michael, good evening.
You're
Oh,
on mute,
sorry,
Mr. O'Shea.
You're muted, Michael.
You would think after a year I'd get this as well. My apologies. Thank you for letting
Okay.
me in as a panelist. Appreciate that.
So I do need to swear in the parties. So Mr. Deere, do you swear that this testimony that you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And could you just read your name and your address into the record for the minutes officially?
Yes. My name is Peter Dare. I live on 8 Squantum Avenue in Easton, Mass.
Thank you. And your attorney, would you be able to please read your name into the record?
My name is Michael O'Shea. I represent the Deere family. in this matter.
Okay, terrific. Would you like to give us your testimony, Mr. Deere?
Yes, I do. Okay. I want to start by saying thank you to everyone here on the select board, to the Easton Animal Control Officer, Jordan Holbrook, the Easton Police, and the neighbors who've helped me and my family through this whole incident, right? So I want to walk the panel through a couple of incidents that's happened to me with Jasper. There are 3 separate incidents. I own a Labrador. It's a 15-year-old black lab. And we've had 3 separate occasions where we had an incident with Jasper. The first one happened where we were walking past Dehan's house. As we were walking by, Jasper ran down the driveway and confronted Ranger very aggressively. We did not provoke any of this. It was out of the blue. We were not on his property. I had to keep Jasper at bay. He was growling, lunging at me and snarling. And then finally, Matt Dehan came down from the driveway and was able to restrain Jasper. That was the first incident. The second incident happened when we were walking past 21 Squantum Avenue. I was once again have my dog Ranger with me along with my 2 kids. Matt Dehan and his family, his son and his daughter, were walking opposite, approaching us. The Dehan's daughter was holding Jasper at the time, and Jasper was starting to lunge, starting to growl. And then I saw that the Dehan daughter let go of the leash, and Jasper came charging toward me. he went right for Ranger and then knocked him down on the side of the street. Once again, I did my best to ward off Jasper. He was, it was a very scary situation. He was growling, snarling. In my opinion, he was trying to bite. Matt once again came by, grabbed Jasper by the leash, and then at that time, I said to Matt, Matt, this is the second time that this has happened, right? Matt and his family started to walk the other way, and then at that time we walked away, but my family we were definitely shaken up by the whole event. The third incident was an attack, right? This was probably the most horrific and traumatizing of all the incidents that's happened to us. On December 9th, 2020, I was walking Ranger with my 2 kids. As we were walking towards the corner of Spring and Squantum Ave, we saw 2 ladies that we later found out was from the Wagging Tail dog service company. One of the ladies were trying to hold back Jasper. He was lunging again, he was growling, and I guess she lost control. Jasper started to run towards us. I yelled at Jasper to try to get him to stop. He ran around me. I turned around and I saw Jasper basically just latched onto the backside of my dog Ranger. He dragged him off around for a little bit and just shaking his head from side to side. I did kick Jasper to stop the attack, right? And it did stop the attack. Jasper released his bite. He stepped back and then he looked at me and he started to growl and showed some teeth and was definitely looking like he was going to attack again. I turned back to protect my dog. And when I went over to Ranger, he was on the ground and he turned over a little bit. And then I saw that his stomach was just ripped open, basically from the stomach to the thigh down to the groin area. It was just horrific. He was ripped open. His abdomen, organs, intestines were all exposed and hanging out. It was probably one of the most horrific things I've seen in my life. Ranger was, gasping very heavily for air as if he was about to die. My kids were crying. I'll never forget that moment when, in their faces, when they saw the actual damage that was done to Ranger. I know my kids were in shock. We were definitely traumatized. They traumatized even till now, till today. My son ended up calling my wife. She came down with our car. We rushed Ranger to the medical center at West Bridgewater, where he underwent emergency surgery. I read in several places in these packets that this was a dog fight. This is definitely not a dog fight. This was an attack, an unprovoked attack by Jasper, right? And this is a very vicious attack too. In my opinion, Jasper is a danger to our neighborhood. He's a threat to other dogs and other people, as you will hear from other witnesses. No one really knows what goes on in the mind of some of these animals, but I think that there has to be accountability, right? That comes with owning an animal, right? You have to be responsible for it, especially animals that are capable of harming and potentially killing, right? Ranger's out of the hospital now. It's going to be a very long and slow recovery. He can't really stand. To give you an idea of what our lives are like now is that, my wife and I, since December 12th, when Ranger got back, we've been sleeping on an airbed in the kitchen and in the family room. And the reason is, Ranger has to go out, several times a night. Since December 12th, we've probably slept 5 nights where we actually had more than 6 hours of sleep. We're up, pretty much every hour, every couple of hours. And it's been going on like this. And yesterday was a pretty bad night for us too, where Ranger just started crying. He was wandering around the house and he was in a lot of pain. And so we had to take him out. Right? Ranger will be walking the neighborhood again. As it stands now, I don't think any of us will feel very safe knowing that Jasper could attack at any time. We walk past 25 Squantum, a lot, to walk around the neighborhood as well as to get to Borderland. Right now, my kids won't walk alone around the neighborhood. They're frightened, they still have nightmares. They panic whenever they see, large dogs approach us, right? We're not asking for Jasper to be destroyed, right? We understand that dogs are always going to be a part of the family, right? But we are all in agreement, my family is, that the professional solution that was outlined by Ms. Jordan Holbrook, the animal control officer, is just spot on. It's obvious that she's done a lot of due diligence on this matter, and she's come up with a very positive solution of confining Jasper so that he's not able to escape, right, and not able to attack others and harm others, right? The muzzle order, I think, is also very appropriate to prevent future bites and future attacks. As we know, that Matt Dehan is probably the only person I know that can control Jasper when he gets aggressive. So, what we're asking is that the town enforce reasonable measures to prevent future attacks, right? We hope the select board will honor all the recommendations from Ms. Jordan Holbrook, because I really feel it's a matter of time. Jasper has another incident, and maybe it'll be another dog, maybe it'll be a human, right? And I want to make sure we live in a neighborhood that's going to be safe for everyone.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Michael, if you want to invite in Matthew Dehan and his attorney now, they can come in. I am going to ask the select board if they have any questions or comments before the attorney Cohen is able to ask questions. So we'll wait for them to come in, and then I'll start. I'll go through the board, Craig, Tom, Chuck, and then Mark, and I'll ask any comments or questions at the end, and then we'll turn it over to the attorney, okay?
And I may have, depending on the questions from the board, I may have a couple of questions from Mr. Deere as well.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
I'll wait for the board to ask theirs first.
All right, hold on, I just need to change my view here. All right, Craig, do you have any comments or questions?
At the moment, I don't. I reserve my right to ask some questions or make some comments later.
Sure, okay. Tom?
I do. Mr. Deere, you mentioned that there are 3 incidents that you've happened. I first of all appreciate your level of detail to help us understand some other circumstances. Are there any commonalities or patterns of the 3 incidents? Did they happen at night? Did they happen during the day? Is there anything else that might add color between any commonalities between the 3 incidents from your perspective?
All 3 incidents happened during the day. All 3 incidents started off with definitely immediate aggression towards, seeing Ranger or me. I don't know, but those were the commonalities that I see. And the other commonality I see is that, Matt was witness to these, right, to the first 2 incidents, and Matt was the only one I knew who could hold back this animal, right? Because even the animal control, the dog walkers could not, and his daughter couldn't hold the animal back.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Deere. That's the only question I have for now, Dottie. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Chuck?
A few questions, Mr. Deere, just so I can get a mental picture of the situation. Is your dog customarily leashed when you take a walk?
Yes, all the time.
How old are your children?
My children are 9 and 12.
Okay, and were the 2 dogs and their owners coming toward each other, or what kind of direction?
The second incident,
I'm speaking about the most severe incident.
the most severe incident was, yes, I was walking from Squantum towards Spring Street, and Jasper was at the cul-de-sac up diagonally across from the corner of Spring.
And how many feet away would you imagine?
30 feet, 30, 40 feet maybe.
Was he about that distance when he escaped and from the leash?
Yes,
About 30 or 40 feet?
probably, yeah.
And you saw him coming the whole way?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have right now, Dot. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. Thank you. Mark?
Yes, I just have one question. In the first incident, Mr. Deere, was he leashed? You didn't
Yes.
mention, so he escaped from a leash on the first incident?
Oh, the first incident, no, he wasn't. He was unleashed on his property.
Okay, was anyone with
Oh,
him?
you're talking about Jasper, right?
Yes.
Jasper was not leashed. He came off his property and my dog was leashed.
Was anyone with him when he was on his property?
I don't know. I just know that when the incident happened, Matt came down from the driveway.
Okay. Just trying to put a picture together in my head.
Sure.
So that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So thank you for joining us, Mr. and Mrs. Dehan. I'm going to have to swear you in the same way. But for both of you, do you swear that this testimony that you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Yes.
And can you both just state your name and address for the minutes?
Dutch.
This is unbelievable.
Michael? Yeah,
I had a couple of questions for Mr. Deere before the Deans started.
okay. I just wanted to make sure I swore them in. Can I just have them state their address and then we'll go to you, Michael?
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
Lisa Dehan, 25 Squantum Ave.
Matt Dean, same address, 25 Squattam Ave.
Terrific. Attorney Kennefic?
Mr. Deere, it's nice meeting you. I wish it was under better circumstances. I just had a couple of quick questions. I went through all of the materials, your letter, the veterinary records, and I just obviously just listened to your testimony. I just had a few questions. You mentioned two incidents that had preceded the one that took place on December 9th. Do you know roughly when those two earlier incidents had taken place?
It was definitely during the warmer weather. I believe it was in 2019. I don't know what the months were, but it was not winter.
So both of them in maybe the summer time?
Summer, fall time, probably.
Okay, but both in 2019?
Yes, like 2019.
Okay. And I noticed, and I went through the veterinary records, and it said that there's a possibility that your dog Ranger might need a second surgery. Is that still a possibility, or do they think he's going to recover without need for more surgery?
I don't know. He's having a lot of other issues now. He's not able to. He needs to go out a lot for bio breaks. He has a lot of anxiety issues now. He paces around, at night. So I need to talk to the vet about those incidents. I don't know if it requires surgery or not. Also not able to stand for very long. He just collapses. His legs are giving out. And he's not able to, he drags himself around.
Okay, so you don't know either way if the dog's going to need a second surgery. It's still too early in the process.
I would have to refer back to the vets to see what they have to say.
Okay. How big is Ranger?
Range is about 50, 60 pounds, maybe.
He's a Labrador Retriever, right?
Yes.
And how old is he?
He's 15 now.
Okay.
14 and a half, 15, yeah.
The person that was walking Jasper that day, do you know her name?
I don't know her name. There were two ladies.
Two of them walking.
Yes.
Were they just walking Jasper, or was there another dog being walked as well?
It was just Jasper.
Okay. Did you have a conversation with either one of the people that were walking Jasper?
I don't think we want that conversation. It was I was pretty upset about the whole situation. I was yelling at them. Yeah, I did. So I did. I yelled at them.
Do you remember if they had said anything to you at all during the whole incident or after the incident?
I just remember one of the ladies were on the phone talking to someone, and then stop yelling at her. So that was really about it. It was a really chaotic situation.
I think those are the only questions I have right now. One of the things, I think the next witness should be anybody who's here in support of Mr. Deere or has anything to say about the attack. I think we have a letter from.
Jeremy Cohen has some questions for Mr. Deere.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Okay. First thing is, I will note for the record my objection. This is the first hearing I've ever been part of that I wasn't allowed in initially. And so right off the bat, I have a reason to appeal if I don't like your decision. That was wrong to not allow me in. Mr. Deere, I wasn't going to ask you a lot of questions, but because of the way I've been treated, I need to make sure that this is going to be a fair hearing and that the board's not just protecting you. So unfortunately, I'm going to ask you some questions. And I'm sorry for your dog. And I really hope that he recovers. When you kicked Jasper, which is understandable, you said that Jasper released the dog and that he looked at you and growled, but he didn't attack you, correct? He lunged at you and growled, but he didn't attack, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have made some comments about the disposition of Jasper and about, about his behavior. Are you aware that when a dog is uncomfortable, rather than biting a person, it will growl and lunge to send a message like, I'm not comfortable with you, but I'm not going to bite you as long as we go our separate ways? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware. I've had a dog for 30 years.
Okay. Now, prior to this, you've spent a lot of time with Jasper, haven't you?
What do you mean by spend a lot of time with Jasper?
When you're not with Ranger, you and Jasper have a good relationship.
I've seen Jasper at the bus stop.
Have you ever petted Jasper?
Yes.
Has Jasper ever bitten you?
No.
Describe Jasper's demeanor when you do see him at the bus stop.
He is a very strong dog. He likes to jump.
And what's his demeanor like?
He was always with Matt, so he was under control.
And what's his demeanor like?
I don't know. He was a dog, a happy dog.
Okay. Was he growling and lunging at you at the bus stop?
No.
When did you talk to George Harrington about this hearing?
When did I talk to George Harrington about this hearing?
Yes.
When I found out about the hearing.
Okay. And when did you talk to Kate Welch about it?
When I found out about the hearing.
Okay. What made you go to them?
They came to me. They're my neighbors. They seen it. They seen me walking the dog. They knew that my dog got attacked.
Okay. Did they see the attack?
No.
You mentioned you're concerned that Jasper might do this to another dog. Are you aware of any incidents where Jasper has bitten another dog?
Well, you will hear from the witnesses. That's what I'm aware of.
Are you aware of any?
Now I am.
Are you aware of any instances where Jasper has bit a person?
No.
So what makes you think that Jasper, in your words, it's just a matter of time until he might bite a human? Do you have any basis for that statement?
It's my opinion.
Does Ranger have any, has there ever been a time where Ranger and Jasper have been together or seen each other and it's been a positive interaction?
No.
And how long do you think, so you've told us about three incidents with Jasper and Ranger. Have there been other times where the dogs have seen each other or have been close to each other?
I don't recall.
Okay. So pretty much 3 for 3, there's been some type of a negative response from Jasper to Ranger, correct?
Yes.
Is that it, Mr. Cohen?
One moment. Do you have any other dogs at the property? you have any other pets?
No.
And they asked you for commonalities. So it sounds as though the commonality of the interaction between Ranger and Jasper requires you've been there for all three incidents, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now, in terms of the vet bills, has a claim been made against the dog walking company on your behalf?
My attorney has been in talks with the dog walking company's insurance company.
Okay. Any indication if they're going to cover the loss?
Don't know at this time.
Are you aware that the dog walking company's insurance company covered the injury to Jasper? After the kick, Jasper had to go to the vet, had some small treatment done, but the dog walking company covered that.
I don't know. I don't know.
You said that in a lot of the paperwork, it talks about there being a dog fight. Is there anything, is that in any of the statements from my clients? Have you seen them say it was a dog fight?
Not your clients.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Dehan, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Shea, you had a comment?
I just had actually one question from Mr. Deere. Mr. Deere, has Ranger ever growled or lunged or been aggressive towards Jasper at any time?
No.
Has he had any issues with any other dogs?
No.
Has he ever bit anyone else? Has he ever
No.
bit anyone? Okay,
No.
thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
before Matt and or Lisa testify, I'd just like to make a brief statement so you'll understand what they're going to testify to and if any of the witnesses testify what they're going to testify to.
Attorney Kennefick?
Is Mr. Harrington or Ms. Welch here tonight? Do they plan on testifying, or anybody else who's here in support of Mr. Deere?
Yeah, I believe there.
Kate Welch is here. And
The town's animal control officer and the police officer who responded are also here.
yeah, and George Harrington and Mr. Harrington is also here.
Okay, we should go with those four witnesses, I think, first, and then Mr. Cohen can, present his evidence and we can hear from the deans, but listen to the witnesses first and the ACO.
Okay, Mr. Deere?
Yes, I believe there may be two other witnesses also on the call.
Okay, Rory Kahlfeldt has said he's here and he'd like to testify in support of Mr. Deere. If there's anyone else that we don't recognize, can you please put in the Q&A that you would like to testify for Mr. Deere?
Dottie, if I may, Mike, do you have a recommendation on the town's personnel versus V neighbors as witnesses in order?
No, I mean, you just basically in any order, but we start with them before we go move on to the deans.
Okay. Well, we have the animal control officer listed as the next after the petitioner.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
fine.
the witnesses in support of the petitioner, and then the dog owner.
Okay. Yeah, that works out perfectly.
Okay. Who's here from the town, if they could be put into the panelists? So that's Jordan Holbrook. And is David Wooler the police officer?
He was the officer who responded.
Hi, Jordan. And Jordan, would you like to tell us from your perspective what happened and your recommendation?
I wasn't at the call, so I just got the officer's report and then spoke to both parties. I believe it's a thickly settled area. I'm just worried if he does get out again, you know, there can be a second incident. Dogs are unpredictable. So I don't want anything to happen to a person or another animal.
Officer Wooler, would you like, you were there the day of the incident? You were
Yes,
the
ma'am.
officer that was called. Can you tell us, describe to us what happened from what your perspective was?
Certainly. So basically, I was dispatched to the area that we've been discussing. I responded. I actually didn't see any dogs when I first arrived there. From what I was told, one of the dogs was taken to the animal hospital and the other dog was secured in the home.
And Jordan, can you tell us what your recommendations were?
A fenced-in yard with 6-foot fencing with locks on the gate outside. If that's not an option, a muzzle order for walking outside the property. I don't feel as a run or a tether would be appropriate at this time, just in case he was able to get off.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Okay. Attorney Kennefick?
I just have a couple of quick questions for the animal control officer. So I'm looking at your letter from December 14th, 2020. And you have, I believe, you have your 3 recommendations that you had just mentioned to the board. What is Squantum Avenue? What's the neighborhood like over there?
Lots of active people walking. The houses are pretty close together. You know, there's a lot of kids.
Okay. And based on the nature and the physical characteristics of that neighborhood, did that play a role in you reaching these or you issuing these recommendations?
Absolutely. Nobody wants the dog to be euthanized. I mean, we want to do what's best for the family and the dog. So I think appropriate would be a fenced-in yard or something along those lines.
Okay. And I just had a question from Officer Wohler, actually a couple. Were you able to speak with the 2 dog owners?
I spoke to one of the dog walkers. Sir, can you hear me okay?
I can,
Yes.
Okay, so I spoke to the dog walker as well as I believe it was the manager of the company that was on scene. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. I don't think the manager that was on scene necessarily was walking the dog. I think she just responded as a result of this incident.
Okay. So what did the dog walker say to you?
So essentially she said that she was walking Jasper and that Jasper, I believe I had mentioned in my report that Jasper pulled on the leash and she was unable to hold on to Jasper securely, and that she basically lost control of Jasper, and that's when he decided to go towards Ranger.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had a conversation with the manager as well?
I did, yes.
And what did the manager say?
She was more or less there as she seemed, unless, you know, it seemed to me like she was there more for just as to fulfill her duties as a manager. She didn't really say too much one way or another. She was just kind of there because her employee had this issue.
Okay. The person walking the dog, you saw, was she, you know, her physical stature, was she a medium-sized build or a strong person, or?
I would say she was a pretty average build, if I recall correctly. I would say she was maybe a little bit shorter, maybe about 5'1", maybe 5'3".
Okay. Okay. I think those are the only questions that I have.
Okay, Selectman King, Chuck, I saw you had your hand raised.
I do have a few questions now, looking at the correspondence. Officer Waller, did you, when you spoke with the primary person that was walking the dog, I think in one piece of the literature, she was asked what happened after the dog escaped from the leash. And she said she didn't know or she didn't see it. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do recall that. Is it all right if I reflect towards my report, or is that
Oh,
anybody
please,
have any issue with
please.
that?
That's fine.
Okay, so as I reflected in my report, if you can just give me one moment here, I believe she said something to the effect of, she wasn't sure what happened when the two dogs met. If you just bear with me for one moment. Yeah, it says right here in paragraph 3, she was unsure of what transpired after that meeting when the two dogs met. So it didn't appear as though she actually saw what happened between these two dogs. She just saw them, one dog going towards the other.
Were they around the corner or something? I don't,
If I recall correctly, one dog was on the corner, and I think she was walking on the street. So both dogs were on the street. It's just that one was in a separate location by a corner.
do you know if there was if she was on there regularly with that dog, or does that not even work that way?
I really don't know. I don't know how that particular company manages their employees. I don't know if they have different employees kind of tend to different dogs, or if they try to keep it the same walker with the same dog. I really don't know.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Officer Holbrook a question. In the report, it says, I have spoken to a few residents that live in the area in paragraph 2, and then in paragraph 3, I have received 2 letters. Would those have been, just so I can keep witnesses in mind, would those have been from Harrington and Welch?
I'm Harrington and Mr. Deere.
Sorry, Mr. Deere and?
Mr. Deere and George Harrington.
Oh, but this says, I have spoken to a few residents that live in the area. Was that Officer Waller or Officer Holbrook that saw that? And then the neighbors are very concerned in paragraph 3 with the safety of their dogs and their kids. I have received 2 letters requesting the dog be removed from the property and a hearing regarding dangerousness. I'm trying to figure out who a few residents are and if they're in relation to the letters that we've seen, Harrington and Welch's.
Correct, the 2 letters that I received. Those are the residents I spoke with.
Those are Harrington and Welch. Okay. And
Not Welch, Mr. Deere, and then Mrs. Welch came in not too long ago. I didn't get hers.
All right. And were there any other residents that live in the area that you recall speaking with?
No.
Okay, thank you, both of you.
Mark, you had your hand up?
Yes, I have a quick question to Officer Waller or Holbrook or somebody else that might be able to offer a little piece of information. How close was Ranger to Jasper when he came off the leash? Or Jasper to Ranger when Jasper came off the leash? How close were they? I mean, were they 100 feet apart? Were they 10 feet apart? You know, I asked that because a great distance is a factor versus, you know, close proximity.
Sure. So I'm trying, as I said, I responded after this incident had transpired. So it would be really difficult for me to answer that question. Reason being is that, as I said, both dogs were separated when I got there. When I arrived on scene, I spoke with the dog walker, but I don't know where the dog walker was in relation to where the incident occurred. I don't know where Jasper broke off the leash. I really don't, I wouldn't feel comfortable answering that question just because I don't know where the incident transpired, if that makes sense.
Understood.
I think Mr. Deere already answered that, but I think he said it was 30 feet.
30 feet.
30 feet, okay.
Yes.
Right.
Maybe more. I mean, it's the corner of the cul-de-sac to the corner of Spring and Squantum. So
Okay.
it may be, and now I think maybe it's more than 30 feet, but it was a distance. It was not close.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board, Craig or Tom?
It's time.
Tom?
I actually do have a question. I just want to make sure I have the fact pattern in my mind, and I apologize, Mr. Deere, I didn't ask it the first time around. In the interaction, when Jasper approached you, did you insert yourself between Jasper and Ranger? And I believe you said that you did because Jasper went around you. Did the kick or your strike to Jasper happen after the bite to Ranger? Or did it happen as Jasper was going around you towards Ranger?
No, so the kick happened when Jasper bit Ranger, and I wanted to get Jasper off.
Understood. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dare. I just wanted to get the sequence of events clearer in my head.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can we bring in the people that wanted to speak on behalf of Mr. Deere, Rory Calfitz and Nancy, Attorney Cohen?
I just have a couple of questions for the officers, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Officer Wooler.
Yes, sir.
How long after this happened did you arrive? Do you know?
That would be, again, that'd be kind of hard to say because I don't know the exact moment at which it happened. If you bear with me, sir, I got the call at about 12:48 hours. It might have taken me anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes, maybe to respond roughly from where I was at.
Okay.
And that's just that, like I said, it's just difficult to answer that with an exact time, you know?
When you got there, Jasper was gone, right?
Correct.
How many people from the dog walking company were there?
I remember there being 2 employees, 1 employee and 1 manager.
Okay, and did they have any other dogs with them?
Not that I recall. I believe there was a company vehicle. Perhaps there were animals inside that vehicle. Not that I recall, though.
Okay, and I apologize if you said it. You did speak to Jessica Lavin. Did you speak to both of the employees, or the manager employee, or just Jessica?
I definitely spoke to Jessica. It's Jessica Lavin, sir, correct? Is that her name?
Oh, yeah, I believe so. If you're asking me, I have it as Jessica Lavin.
Okay, I spoke to Miss Lavin, and then again, I spoke with very briefly with the manager. Her name is escaping me at this time.
And it was your impression that Jessica Lavin was sort of her position was lower than the other person who was there, lower at the company.
I believe the other woman indicated that she was the manager.
Okay.
So I just kind of assumed that.
What was Jessica Lavin's demeanor with you?
She seemed very upset, actually.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. And just a few for Officer Holbrook. Prior to this incident, had you ever received any reports about Jasper?
No.
How long have you been the animal control officer?
September 2017.
Okay. And Jasper is about two and a half, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And as a result of this, you, the Dehans engaged in a voluntary agreement with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Typically, your power is to quarantine a dog for 10 days to look for make sure rabies doesn't develop, right?
Correct.
Okay. And under your bylaw, it looks like you can quarantine essentially for up to 14 days. Okay. And in this instance, what did the Dehans agree to?
Everything that was listed, they agreed to extend the quarantine and the muzzle order as asked of them.
And since that time, have you been at the property at all, at their property?
I drive by on occasion, but I haven't seen Jasper out or anybody else.
Okay. And since that time, have you received any reports that the Dehans have not been in compliance with that order?
I have not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Attorney Kennefic, is it appropriate to bring in the other supporters now?
Yes.
Okay.
Dottie or Mike, just kind of a question that we wouldn't be asking. We weren't on Zoom. We're going to start having a lot of people on camera, does it make sense that for the town personnel who are no longer submitting testimony that maybe move back into the attendee section, they could still hear, and if there's a question or clarification they need, they could be moved back? Is there any issue with that, Michael?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
The pro-
Should we do the same with the Deans and Mr. Deere, or should they remain viewable?
I mean, I guess you would have Attorney Cohen, and do you mind if the deans are just in the waiting room and you remain here just for purposes of making this a little easier?
Okay, can I just ask, can I stay?
Yes.
Okay.
You can stay.
All right, then, on behalf of them, sure, to make room, go right ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mr. Deere, that's agreeable to you as well? You'll stay in the attendees, and if there's clarification from the chair would like, we can move you back.
Sure.
Thank you.
Dottie, is there a particular order you would like to bring witnesses over?
I think you can bring in Mr. Calfeltz first. And Mr. Calfeltz, we're going to ask you to swear in. Do you swear that this is the testimony that you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
And can you just say your name and address for the record, please?
Rory Caulfels, 83 Allen Road, Easton.
Great, thank you. What can you tell us about this?
So I thought it was important to give some perspective here. I did not witness the specific attack on December 9th, but I have had my own experience with Jasper. Similar to one of the stories that Mr. Deere offered, walking my dog in the neighborhood. I live about 4 houses away from the Deans. Walk around the neighborhood regular basis with my dog. And one day back in August, walking past the home on the opposite side of the road, I turned and saw Jasper charging down the driveway at me and my dog very aggressively at full speed. At the time, I pulled the dog behind me so I could protect her the best I could. I could tell this was not going to be a come and sniff and be welcome exchange. I deflected the dog off with my leg, and the dog recovered and got back up and was aggressively looking at me. At that time, Mr. Dean had come down the driveway and had called the dog back and gotten control of the dog through that command, and the dog retreated back to the driveway. It was quite a startling incident, to be quite honest. I was all sorts of things going through my mind about what I might have to do to help defend my dog. I'm glad Mr. Dean was there to control the dog, because otherwise I'm not sure what would have happened, to be quite honest, because I was staying between myself and the dog the best I possibly could to protect my dog. It continues to this day. I've been out in the neighborhood and I am cautious every single time I go by that home to make sure that Jasper, if he is out, is on his lead. I have seen him out with the dog walkers, and he is straining that leash every single time in an aggressive manner when he sees another dog. I stay as far away from that dog as I possibly can. I'm not even, my family just walking around the neighborhood, I'm not comfortable with them walking by that piece of property, to be quite honest. So it's a challenge, and I'm quite concerned, and to be quite honest, I was not even aware of Mr. Deere's incident on December 9th, but I was not at all surprised.
Thank you.
Unfortunately for Mr. Deere and his dog.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Rory, what kind of dog do you have? How big is it?
It's a mixed breed. It's about 65 pounds. She's a happy, gentle dog though, so.
Thank you.
Jack?
Mr. Kalfas, have you, as a result of this incident, have you spoken with any of your, say, mutual neighbors that had any responses to you?
So the only person I spoke to most recently was 2 days ago to Mr. Deere when I saw him walking away from the bus stop. I have not spoken to anyone else.
Okay, thanks.
Mark?
Mr. Kalfels, have you ever met Jasper without your dog, walking or pet him? Have you ever had an exchange with him?
No, not that I recall.
Okay.
I have met Ranger on several occasions, and he was a cordial, gentle dog. So is a cordial, gentle dog. So.
Thank you.
Attorney Kenefick?
You're on
You're
mute.
muted, Michael, you're muted.
My apologies. I'm still getting used to the Zoom stuff. When you were walking by the Dean's house the day of that incident, were you on the opposite side of the street of the Dean's house, in the street, or on their side of the street?
I was all the way on the other side of the street, right on the curb with my dog. So I was the dog was up the driveway, all the way up the driveway, plus across the street.
That's all.
Attorney Cohen?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. How close do you live to Jasper and the Deans?
So I live 4 houses away, so maybe 150 yards.
And what street do you live on?
I live on the corner of Allen Road and Longview. I'm the first house on Longview.
Okay. And do you know what street they live on?
They live on Squantum.
Okay. Now you said that to this day, and when you see him out with the dog, you've seen him out with the dog walkers. I just want to clarify, you haven't seen the dog with the dog walkers, not that you're tracking it, but at least in the wintertime. Is that fair?
The last time I saw him with the dog walkers was maybe 6 to 8 weeks ago.
Okay. Have you ever just had a conversation with Mr. Dean about your concerns about walking by?
I have not.
How close to you did Jasper get?
He made contact to me because I had to deflect him with my foot because he was going after my dog who was behind me.
So, and as a result of that, did he bite you?
He did not.
And how many times did Mr. Dean have to call, say a command to get Jasper to leave?
To be honest, I had headphones in. I don't know how many times he had to call the dog.
Do you still walk by the house?
I do.
And have you noticed any changes to the property over the last 6 to 8 weeks?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And Attorney O'Shea, did you have any questions or comments?
I do not, no.
Thank you, Rory. We appreciate you coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Good night, Rory.
Thank you.
And can we bring Nancy in? Nancy's iPhone, you're on mute. If you're on an actual phone, I think you have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Second.
How's that?
There you go. Can you, I'm going to ask to swear you in, and then I'm going to ask you to state your name and your address.
Yes.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
And can I ask your name, your full name and your address, please?
Nancy Fuller, 4 Copperfield Avenue.
Thank you. So Nancy, tell us your thoughts about this.
I had an incident with Jasper. I was walking my dog, and Jasper came running down his driveway and started to fight with my dog. I was pulling him away. One of the children, I assume she's a teenager, I yelled at her to come down and help me. And she did, and she yelled at him, but he wasn't listening. And then he stopped, and Jasper ran up the driveway, and then immediately ran back and started attacking my dog again.
Okay. How long ago was that?
You know, I think it was about 6 months ago, if not more. I was trying to look back, and I couldn't figure it out.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Nancy, what kind of dog do you have and how big is he or she?
She is a 20-pound, half Jack Russell, half collie, miniature collie.
Just that one incident, Nancy?
Yes.
You still walk the dog by that area?
I do. The area, the neighborhood is in a circle, a big circle. So that's why people are always walking by all the houses.
Thank you, Nancy.
Anyone else from the board?
I do. Thank you so much for joining tonight. And my question is, you indicated that the dog started fighting. Could you explain that a bit more in detail? Was there any actual biting that occurred?
Yes. Well, he did not, Jasper didn't connect in tissue because Colby didn't have any apparent injury, you know, any skin injury. But he was very aggressive with Colby, very close. I could not get between them at all. He was just really at her, like trying to bite, but not biting, and trying to just attack her. It was very hard to explain, but I know that he did not get to bite her.
I appreciate you trying to explain it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chuck or Mark? Okay, attorney. Oh, sorry.
Just one quick question. So just for further clarification, because it sounds like there was no skin broken, there was no blood, but there was physical contact. And for how long did that physical contact?
Well, the first time when he came down, he was probably 3 minutes, and then he retreated and then came back for only a couple of minutes when the daughter finally came down and was able to pull him away. And I was then able to pick up Colby and walk away. And that's when it stopped, when I was able to pick her up. I couldn't get I couldn't get at Colby to pick her up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Attorney Kennefick?
You're on mute,
You're
Michael.
on mute again.
Sorry about that. Just for the record, could you spell your last name for us?
Fuller.
Oh, okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrific. Attorney Cohen?
Thank you. So are you saying that Jasper, and I'm sorry, I didn't pick up on your dog's name. I know it's a female.
Colby.
Oh, okay, sorry. Jasper was with you and Colby for a total of 5 minutes?
The first time was about 5 minutes. The second time was probably like 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay, so, all right, so when you answered this question about 30 seconds ago, it was a total of 5 minutes. So is it now a total of 8 minutes?
No, it was a total of 8 minutes then too.
Okay, and was this, how close to the Dean's property was this?
It was at the end of the driveway, probably about 5 feet away from the driveway, right at the end of the driveway.
Okay, and you still walk past there?
I do.
And aside from this incident, have there been any other incidents?
No, I
Okay.
haven't even seen the dog
What made you come forward now?
because I didn't think I thought that everyone should know what this dog does. I've heard other people say that, oh yeah, he comes running down and, tries to get at my dog and then I can get them away. I've heard it a couple of times and it bothered me. I needed to come forward.
What kind of leash were you using at the time of the incident?
A red, what is those, just a regular leash, I guess. I can't,
Was it a retractable leash?
no.
And so is it your testimony that you were under attack for 8 minutes?
I wasn't, my dog was.
How come you didn't think at the time that it was that you should contact animal control?
I don't know. It was that one time. I hadn't seen the dog since. I thought maybe he didn't live there anymore. I didn't ask anybody. And Colby was okay. I mean, she's a tough little thing.
Right, so just for the final time, so I can understand it. During these 8 minutes, how did this end?
I just walked away. The girl dragged Jasper up the driveway, and I very quickly walked away, carrying Colby.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Attorney O'Shea, any questions?
I have nothing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nancy. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you all very much.
Good night, Nancy.
Good night.
Have a good night.
So just again for the attendees, if anybody else would like to give testimony, please put your name in the Q&A so that we can recognize you. If not, we're going to go on to the next part and hear from Jasper's owners. Attorney Kennefick?
Is Mr. Harrington here? Or Ms. Welch?
Mr. Harrington is here and Welch. Just move them in.
Yeah.
How about move
take
Mr. Harrington? Let's do Mr. Harrington first, if you could move him in.
Okay, am I there?
Hi, Mr. Harrington, we see you.
Hi, okay, great.
So I'm going to swear you in and then I'm going to ask you to give your full name and address for the record. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And your name and your address?
Name is George Harrington. I live at 10 Longview Drive, Northeastern.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. What can you tell us about the dogs?
I I haven't had any personal contact with the dog itself, except at the bus stop with my two grandchildren. That would have been about a year ago. And I think at that time, Mr. Dean had just gotten the animal and brought it up to the bus stop. I think when they moved in, because I hadn't seen them prior to this. If you want my immediate impression, I looked at the dog and it looked like a pit bull breed to me. He was, Mr. Dean had it on a leash, came up, and as it came up, it jumped on me, which was a little bit scary given my impression of the dog itself. I was made aware of the incident by Mr. Deere, and it brought out a lot of apprehensions on my part. I do a lot of walking in the neighborhood. I've lived here 37 years, actually, when the neighborhood gets started, and I've had no problems with numerous dogs in the neighborhood. And there's quite a bit of walking of dogs from people beyond the neighborhood, from Allen Road and so on and so forth. They use it as a cut through to Borderland. And it just increased my apprehensions. My purpose in writing the letter was to make the dog officer aware that I was very concerned that for other animals in the neighborhood and people. I'm just, the dog made an attack on Mr. Deere's dog, drew blood, and that makes me a little bit apprehensive in that for a dog of what I perceive as to be a mixed breed pit bull. And I just don't want to, live in a neighborhood or be apprehensive about it. I go out at night to take short walks, particularly on my own property, and their property is 1 yard away, and I can hear the dog barking, and it's a little bit at night can be disconcerting.
Okay, let me open it up to the board. Does anyone have any questions?
I have none.
I just have one quick question, if nobody on the board has one. You said that you were at the bus stop and the dog had jumped on you?
Yes, it came right up and jumped. It wasn't the kind of where they wanted to smell you or anything. He just jumped up and then gave me a look. I didn't see a friendly look. That's my opinion. But it definitely made me apprehensive. After that time, when the dog came up, I kept a sharp eye on it. It was very alert all the time, and it was conscious of everybody around it. I would not say that it had a friendly demure. So it makes me, okay, I'm staying away from that particular animal.
So the dog made physical contact with you?
Yes, it did. It jumped up on my chest, yeah.
On your chest, oh, okay. Was the dog a puppy at the time, or?
It seemed bigger than that. It didn't seem like it wasn't a brand new puppy.
Okay.
It didn't have the waggy tail and all that stuff. It was more, I couldn't guess how old it was at that time, but it wasn't, I don't know how long they had it.
1 second.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I lost my audio a little bit for a second there. And Attorney Cohen, did you have any questions?
I think you're muted, or I can't hear him.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I have a extra mute in my office just to make sure that I don't say anything improper. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Harrington, you said you haven't had personal contact with the dog. Aside from the incident at the bus stop, have you seen Jasper since then?
It's when I walk through the neighborhood, I've seen it on its property. Okay. Occasionally. I'm usually very early in the morning. Some other times I'm a little bit later.
What do you think of pit bulls and mixed breed pit bulls?
But I'll give you an honest opinion. I don't think people should own them. And I don't think they should be around in a neighborhood like this where you have children and adults and other dogs walking. That's my own personal opinion. Based on considerable readings, you pick up the newspaper and so on and so forth, and incidences where, you know, within families and so on. So being cautious, I would never own one. That's, again, my opinion.
Okay. You said you were very concerned when this happened, when the dog, when you had this encounter with Jasper? And
You mean when he jumped up on me?
yeah.
Yes.
Did you ever call animal control about it?
No, it was at the bus stop, and Mr. Dean pulled him right off. And I'll say this, he asked me, he said, do you like dogs? And I said, I'm kind of neutral on them. And after that time, he never brought the dog near me. I can say that.
When did you write your letter to the animal control officer?
Shortly after the incident itself. I don't believe I have a copy of it. I don't bring up the date on it.
I have a copy, I just don't have a date on it. But,
yeah, computers are not my thing. It was shortly after the incident itself when I met Mr. Deere just casually on the street. He relayed the incident. I was very familiar with his dog because he's out, he lives diagonally from me, one of the next houses.
What breed is his dog?
It's a lab, black lab.
Question for you. Your letter does not say anything about your experience with Jasper. Why not?
I didn't think of it at the time. I didn't think it was pertinent to actually addressing the issue itself, where I think the dog should be, I did say I thought the dog should be removed from the neighborhood, and I was concerned about people and other animals.
Well, I'm asking, but not Mr. Deere's incident, your incident with Jasper. You don't mention that Jasper ever jumped on you or made an.
No, because that's quite common for dogs to do that, and usually they want a pat or whatever. But I did not get that impression from that animal.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Harrington.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harrington. We appreciate you coming in tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington.
Connor?
Attorney Kennefic, if it's okay, the animal control officer has her hand raised to be moved back into the panel. I'm unsure if it's specific to Mr. Harrison, but I'm having Mike move her now.
And Mrs. Walsh is also wanted to be moved in after.
Hi, sorry, I clicked that by accident.
Oh, okay. We will move you back.
Thank you.
Actually,
It's like musical chairs.
Here, could I ask a question?
Sure.
How often do you find that people contact you the first time an incident has happened with a dog, as relative to how often somebody might reach out to you after there are multiple incidents?
Usually it's multiple incidents. The first incident, I usually don't hear about.
Thank you.
Anything else for Jordan while she's here? All right, great. Thank you. Can we bring in Kate Welch, please? Hello, Kate. I'm going to ask I'm going to swear you in and then ask you to repeat your full name and your address. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
Okay, and your full name and your street address.
Kate Welch, 4 Squantum Ave.
Terrific. What would you like to share about the dogs?
So I did write a letter, an incident letter on December 21st. I can tell everybody that this incident that occurred was with my daughter, didn't occur with me. So my testimony, quote unquote, is really based on what happened to her. She's 16 years old, so I'm not going to have her sit on this Zoom and testify, but I can tell all of you what happened on that day because she called me. So She's 16 years old, like I said. This was back in May or June of last year. She was walking our dog on Squantum Ave. It goes, as you've already heard, it goes up around, Squantum goes up around kind of in a circle and attaches to Spring, and then comes down onto Longview. So Emily was walking Ollie, my 8-pound Maltese. We have another dog, but she was just walking Ollie. And she was on the other side of the road from 25 Squantum. And she came up to about the corner of Rainbow Circle and Squantum Ave. And Jasper came rushing down the driveway. And I don't believe that there was any owner in sight at that point in time. Came running down the driveway, crossed the street, and took his nose and came underneath my 8-pound dog, and the dog flipped in the air and landed on his back. And then he came up around to try to attempt to go back at Ollie again. And it was at that point that Emily said that, I believe it was Mr. Dehan yelled to Jasper to come back, and Jasper retreated. So, you know, at the time, Emily called me right then and there and was extremely upset about the whole thing, crying, really, you know, very, very emotional about the whole thing. And, you know, I calmed her down, but she has not walked by with Ollie 25 Squantum Ave since then. And at the time, you know, again, she was extremely upset, so.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Okay, it's Craig Barger. Did you report this incident or to anyone?
No, we didn't.
Can I ask you why?
Because he didn't have any injury. Ollie didn't have any significant injury. He, you know, was a little dog, like I said, but he wasn't bitten or hurt as a result. And so we didn't think to report it. You know, I was more concerned with calming Emily down, really.
Thank you.
Question.
Go ahead, Mark.
Have you had any other interactions with the dog
No,
at any other time? This was your one and only interaction with the dog.
that's right. We don't walk our dogs up there. Again, they're very little, so we generally don't walk them very far to begin with. But we don't walk them up there.
Anyone else from the board? Attorney Kenefick?
No, no question.
Attorney Cohen?
Thank you. Ms. Welch, you hold a position in town, is that right?
I do.
And is that an elected position?
It is.
And is that a position for pay?
It is, if you consider, you know, the amount of pay, but yeah, it is. It's mostly pro bono, I would say.
And that position is what?
Town moderator.
And what is your term? How many years are your term?
3 years.
Okay. And when are you up for re-election?
This year.
Now, do you feel partly responsible for what happened to Ranger because you didn't come forward previously?
No.
And did somebody approach you and ask you to come forward now?
So the way it all happened was obviously, well, I don't know if it's obvious, but Peter Deere is my next door neighbor. And Peter was talking to my husband and telling my husband what had happened because they're friendly, obviously. And I relayed the incident to Peter about what happened to Emily. I would also like to say that since the incident, you know, our backyards abut Peter, the Deer's backyard and our yard. And since the incident, I can attest to the fact that I have seen Peter and his wife outside a lot with Ranger, outside, you know, at night quite often, because I take my dogs out rather late at night, and I've seen him outside quite a bit with his dog. So.
And that's significant. Why?
Because he testified to the fact that he, as a result of this, has brought the dog out a number of times because the dog is still extremely sick and recovering from the incident.
Now you refer in your letter to the dog Hunter.
Right,
Who's
that was a
Hunter?
mistake.
Okay. Um,
Hunter was their other dog. The Deers
Okay.
had another dog named Hunter.
And you were asked by Mr. Lamb, member of the board, if you had any other interactions with Jasper. Now you have, right?
What do you mean?
You said you've never had another interaction with Jasper, but we know that you have, right?
I had the one.
Is the witness under oath?
Yes.
Okay. Can you bring me to Halloween of 2020 when the Dehans, their daughter, and Jasper came trick-or-treating at your house, and Jasper had blue wings on? Do you remember that?
I do not.
Did you have a lot of trick-or-treaters this year during COVID?
I was in and out of the house.
Do you remember
I was-
talking to Matt Dehan?
No, I don't, actually.
Had you previously ever talked to Matt or Lisa about the incident with Ollie?
No, never.
And since the incident with Ollie, had you ever seen Matt or Lisa?
I don't believe so.
Is it possible that you were there with Ollie on Halloween? I mean, sorry, with Jasper and them on Halloween in front of your house?
Is it possible? I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, there were trick-or-treaters coming to my house. I was outside, then I was inside. I don't recall seeing them.
Okay, because I just want to make sure, because my clients are going to testify that you spoke, you saw each other, and you never raised any issue about Jasper.
That's quite possible, Attorney Cohen. It's quite possible.
But I just asked you if it was possible, and you said no.
Well, I was at my house on Halloween, if that's what you're asking me, and I was in the house, I was outside of the house, I was back and forth. There were people at the house, there were people trick-or-treating. It's possible.
And after this happened, prior to the incident that we're here for, had you ever spoken to Peter or Peter to you about the dog Jasper?
Prior to
The December incident.
the December, no, I don't believe so.
So he's your next door neighbor. Y'all have dogs, but neither one of you found it necessary to talk to each other about the dog Jasper.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Attorney O'Shea?
Nothing. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Welch.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you being
Thank you,
here
Kate.
tonight.
Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
So I don't see anyone else who's requested to testify in the Q&A. So at this time, we would bring back the Dehans. Great. So we've already had you swear in. Do you want to make any comments at this time, Mr. and Mrs. Dehan?
Just prior to them doing, I just have a brief statement.
Sure.
Well, thank you. And thank you. I understand how you're running the hearing now. I understand the procedure. I just wasn't familiar with it at first, not being allowed in. So, yeah, obviously I've investigated this case. I've spent a lot of time talking to the Dehans, and a couple of the witnesses will be here. What we've heard is that Mr. Dehan has voice control, voice command over Jasper. He can say a command and the dog comes. The mistakes have happened. One, when his daughter Kara was walking the dog with him, but she was in control of the leash. Second incident, when Mr. Dehan had Jasper on the front lawn with him and trusting the dog, and the dog ran off the front lawn and approached Mr. Deer. And then the third incident, it rolls up to them because they hired the dog walking company, but you'll hear from the testimony that this wagging tail dog services, they had walked Jasper many times. In fact, they had a trainee there that day because Jasper was such a good dog to train with. The Deans had given strict instructions, never stop for anybody, beware of Ranger. That's his sort of nemesis in the neighborhood. And this is not social hour for them or for the dogs. This is you walk Jasper and you bring Jasper home. And when you walk Jasper, you use a looped leash where you wrap it around your hand and then you grab the leash. On that day, no one from wagging tail dogs followed any of the instructions because the Deans know their dog and they know how to manage their dog. And that's why wagging tail is paying everybody's damages and not my clients. What they've done is, first, the voluntary compliance. As engaged owners who want to bring a sense of safety to the community, they willingly went above and beyond in terms of the time to quarantine a dog at home. Most people, after 10 days, that's it with the quarantine. And one of the things they had was a run that was out towards the front of the house for the dog. So they have moved that run into the back of the house. And I've sent pictures to the board of how they've taken Jasper away from the front of the house. And that's better for the dog. Then there's less triggers walking by, and it's better for the neighborhood when they walk by to not have to be afraid of Jasper. The Deans have also engaged four, I think, fence companies, one of whom was there today, one who will be there Friday, to provide quotes at least that they can share with the board. Obviously, they can't do anything yet until the ground thaws. They have new tools for Jasper in terms of they're planning to use a halty on his head, which gives a person more control over the dog. And they are working again with JM Pet Resort, a couple of employees who are here, who you'll hear Jasper was there 146 times before this incident, and he never had any issues with any dogs or people. And the Deans would call constantly for reports to make sure that how things were going with Jasper. And JM Pet Resort keeps extremely diligent online records about any incident. And I was told that Jasper is a green handler, meaning that anybody can handle Jasper. He doesn't need a special handler when he's at JM Pet Resort. So Jasper doesn't like Ranger. Jasper hasn't bit any other dogs. He certainly has never bitten a person, so he's not human aggressive. So we don't have to be concerned about that, but we're mindful of it. They've engaged in a training program now with JM Pet Resort once or if the quarantine is lifted. And these people, I've spoken to them almost every day. They're sick over this because they want to be good neighbors. And they have that pet owner guilt where they put their dog in a bad situation and that put Ranger in a bad situation because they trusted the dog walking company, the professionals. They have sworn that they will never use a dog walking company again. Mr. Dean, I also sent in a picture, has he purchased a new type of leash which also wraps around his waist. That way, if a hand slips, there's no way he can be dragged around. He'll have complete control over Jasper. So the bite to Ranger is significant, but it's also isolated to Ranger. Sometimes dogs just have something as a trigger, and Ranger is a trigger for Jasper. You'll hear testimony, and we're going to go to them right now. But one thing I'd like the board to consider is, with all these voluntary remedies they're going to implement, including whatever the board suggests, because of their level of engagement here, and you'll hear from them to see how engaged they are and make that determination. With the team they now have around them, I'm asking that the board consider ordering all the remedies, but not labeling the dog right now, the 2.5-year-old dog, of suspending the hearing so that you can reopen it and give 6 months to us. Give us 6 months to see if there's another incident or not. I don't think there's going to be. If there is, then you can immediately restore the hearing and everybody's testimony, you've already heard it. But if there isn't, maybe we can look to try to dismiss this or keep them, have the animal control officer go by once a month, make sure all their equipment is what they say it will be. Jenny Mather from Jam Pet Resort, her group is willing to send a daily or a monthly report, a progress report. They don't just board, they train to tell you how Jasper's doing. Like we all have their attention now, and we had it before, but I have not seen the level of engagement that these clients have. And perhaps after hearing from them, you'll see it too, and maybe we can avoid a label for now. So thank you for listening, and I'll open it up for Matt and Lisa.
Well, I have a question for you, Attorney Cohen. I didn't see any testimony from Wagging Tails from the dog walkers. Was there something submitted that I missed?
Well, I believe that the owner of Wagging Tail Dog, I believe they're in the attendees, Julie Cardoza. I had, yes, she is, I believe she has an attorney with her. I had reached out to them because I think it's important that accountability is important. And those of us in the pet industry, part of why I'm here is to make sure that pet owners, pet vendors are held accountable. And here I asked for the specific walker to be here, Jessica Lavin, which is why I was asking the officer about her demeanor. And I was told that she's just so upset about this still that she can't come and talk. And
I understand that. My question, I guess, is that you said that you made the presumption that the dog walkers did not have the leash wrapped around their hands.
Okay.
And that they didn't follow the protocols, but you don't really know that because you weren't there, right? Like,
I see what you're saying. I misunderstood the question. Actually, you'll hear testimony from Lisa Dean, who was told by people who are right here in the attendees exactly what happened and how they let go of the leash and all the instructions she had given them and how they violated. So I'm just walking you through the testimony you'll hear, but you will hear that from my client.
Right, but you also said that at J&M Pet Resort, the dog is known as a green handler, that anybody could handle the dog?
They can explain what green handler means, but I've been told there's 5 colors, and green is sort of, this dog is an easy dog to handle.
So if the dog was an easy dog to handle for a J&M Pet Resort, why wouldn't it have been an easy dog to handle in the neighborhood?
Right, because J&M Pet Resort knows what they're doing with dogs and is familiar with Jasper. The trainee, first time meeting Jasper, was not familiar with Jasper. And so they didn't hire a trainee. They hired specific 1 or 2 different walkers that are supposed to walk the dog, and instead it was a trainee. So as much as this does roll up to the Deans, I think Jasper's probably an easy dog when you know how to manage him and follow instructions.
Okay, but it's not safe to say that anybody would know how to handle the dog.
Yeah. Jasper's, I'm not going to sit here and say he's my golden retriever. I think he's a strong dog. He's young, and I think that not just anybody should be handling Jasper. Correct. That doesn't mean I think he's a threat. I think he's a dog that needs to be managed, and everybody here knows that. So he needs.
I'm not asking about that. I just wanted some clarification on that. Craig, did you have a question?
Yeah, Attorney Cohen, you said that there was no other incident besides the one with Ranger, and yet we had 3 people testify that the dog came charging down at them and at their dogs. Number 1. Number 2, you want me to believe that you're going to blame the 16-year-old kid who was walking the dog as opposed to the responsibility of the dog owners?
When did I say that?
You very clearly have been saying.
No, I haven't. So let me be clear about something then. I said that I didn't say there's been no other incidents. There's been one biting incident. And I didn't say any 16-year-old kid. You mean the one who's walking Ollie? Why would I say that was her fault? I'm saying it's the dog walker who was walking Jasper, not that.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. The dog walker who's supposed to be a professional dog walker and following instructions and lets the dog go. Yeah, that's some accountability. Of course, that's the dog walker's fault. She let the dog go. She didn't follow instructions. She should never have been handling the dog that day.
You just talked about how strong the dog was. So I
They
have a
tried to
dog.
get me to talk about how strong the dog was and that he's dangerous. I don't believe that. He needs to
I
be
didn't say that
properly
you said he's dangerous. I said that you said that he was strong. So I mean, let's just imagine, you know, I've been pulled by a dog before when they get excited and they run, you know, it's very easy for somebody, whether you have the leash wrapped around your hand or not, to have that leash slip out when the dog charges. So I really want to stay away here from trying to blame the dog walker. I think that that's inappropriate and, you know.
I would like to hear from the Deans too.
So when your dog is being walked by somebody and gets loose, let's see how you feel about them taking accountability. Let's go to the Deans, huh?
Any other questions from the board? Attorney Kennefic?
No, I was just pointing out that Chuck had a question.
Oh, sorry, Chuck. I was looking in the bottom left of my screen. I missed you. Go ahead.
I have a few questions, and they may be more appropriate for the Deans, but I'll try Attorney Cohen first. But as a matter of record, I believe that the dog walker was 26 years old, not 16 years
I
old.
never said a 16-year-old. When did I say 16?
Craig said.
That, I apologize. That might have been my mistake.
You were correcting Select Board Member Ms. Barger, Mr. Cohen.
Correct. For the record. Now, some questions, Attorney Cohen, is that we're talking about someone's ability to handle the leash. We've heard the DN's daughter being mentioned. I guess her name is Kara. Do we know how old she is?
That was incident 1, and she was 9, and she's never managed the dog since then. She was walking with her father. Yeah, that's how they know to tell wagging tail dog, well, it takes a certain person to walk the dog. So yeah, fortunately with that mistake, nothing happened.
When did that incident happen?
The DNs can testify. I think it was incident 1. I feel like it was, well, she's 11 now,
Okay.
and she was 9 at the time. So
Okay.
it was early on in there when they obtained Jasper.
Okay, and then is there any relation that we know of between JM Pet and Wagging Tails?
Well, JM Pet Resort is a relation. I mean, they don't work together. They don't share employees. They offer 2
referrals and things like that. I would imagine that.
I don't know if they do or don't, but I know that JM Pet Resort believes enough in the dog. It believes enough in the dog and the DNs to want to come out here and express their opinion about that.
Thank you. I have one more, and that's when you spoke of Ranger maybe being a trigger to Jasper. It brought my mind back to my researching what happened with the timeline on the old dog run versus the new dog run. When was the old dog run had some kind of enclosure at street level that Jasper could be in, correct?
I'm not familiar with the old dog run, but the DNs will answer that question.
I'll be happy to ask that then, because I'll ask that then. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, if the Means want to unmute. Thank you for being so patient. I know it's been a long night so far, so happy to hear what you have to say.
Great, thank you for giving us the time. We feel terrible that this has happened, and it's very emotional, and I'm sorry, but we do not want our neighborhood to feel unsafe. When we decided to get a dog, I researched a lot. Just like when I was trying to find daycare for my kids, I asked, I'm a school teacher in town, I asked many different people around town, who do you use to walk your dog? Because when we're at work, we would like him to be walked. Who do you use to board dogs? Where do you go for training? We did a lot of research before we decided to adopt Jasper. And we came to 2 different places. We used Wagging Tails for walking Jasper, and typically they would come walk Jasper when my husband is working from home and he's on conference calls, and we needed someone to come in and walk Jasper. We were very specific when we first met with Julie Cardoza, who is the owner of Wagging Tails, with directions that we just need him to have his energy out. He's very energetic. He should not be interacting with other dogs. We don't want him to interacting with neighbors. Looking at the incident that we just had, and because we weren't there, it's very difficult to know truly what happened, what was the situation before. So I went to one of our neighbors and where Jasper was actually at. Wagging Tail stopped at their house, and this is Roseanne Woodford. They live at the end of the cul-de-sac, so they were so the dog walkers stopped at the Woodfords, talked with Roseanne, and let Jasper play with her dog, Oscar, which goes against everything that we were told is Wagging Tail's policy. They're not supposed to interact with humans. They're not supposed to interact with dogs. They let Jasper do that. They have let Jasper do that multiple times, and we've had conversations with, it can't happen. He needs, there should be no interaction. Please just walk him for the 45 minutes. Sometimes they'll bring him to Borderland. So that is something that is disheartening to me, that they went and did something, and then this incident happened right after. We have used JM Pet Resort for training. Jasper goes there for doggy daycare. He goes there for boarding when we go on vacation. We've never had an incident there with him. We know Jasper's he's still like in his puppy mode. He's very playful. He does jump sometimes. He is a very friendly dog. He loves to greet people. We have some letters that I'm assuming that you have from other neighbors that have had positive interactions with Jasper, that their kids have had positive interactions with Jasper. And the neighbors also have dogs that Jasper has played appropriately with. This is a horrible situation that happened, and I feel horrible about it. But it was an interaction between Jasper and Ranger. I don't feel in my heart that it would be an interaction with Jasper and somebody else. And he wants his he loves to play, and when he sees another dog, that's assuming that that's what he likes to do. My husband and I are the only people that are ever going to walk Jasper again. When my daughter couldn't, it was, you got a new puppy, everybody wants to walk the new puppy. That's the first incident that between Ranger and Jasper with Kira's never walked Jasper ever again after that, even if we're right next to her. We've had 4 fence companies. We've called 4 fence companies. We're looking into fencing our entire backyard. One fence company came today. One is supposed to come on Friday, and another one is scheduled for next week. We are willing to do anything to make people feel okay, and take that part of responsibility. But I do feel that Wagging Tails put Jasper in a situation that really should never have happened.
Mr. Dean, did you want to add to that?
No, I just would reiterate that I just feel terrible that, we've had a pretty tough month, but I mean, obviously I know Peter did too. They're a good family. Peter's a good neighbor. And I really feel terrible what they've been going through, because I can feel it for him anyway, really feel it for him, but the situation had to happen. And yeah, we're just trying to get through this and do what's right by Jasper, but do what's right by, the neighbors, the neighborhood, to keep it safe. I feel terrible when people say that, they're afraid to walk by my house. It's not who we are. So we're just, like Lisa said, we're taking some safety precautions and measures in place, going forward. We're just trying to get through it.
And I can empathize that. I can't imagine that any pet owner would, be feeling good about this right now. And, I'm sorry for everybody involved, especially in the neighborhood. You are friendly with your neighbors, you have to live together. And so I totally understand that. And, a dog is an animal, and a dog behaves the way a dog behaves, just like any other animal. So we understand and appreciate that.
And also, did Mr. King want me to answer about the dog run?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So,
Dot, do I have,
when- oh,
I can
sorry.
speak to them? I'm sorry, I'm just getting the chair's permission.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead, Chuck, and then Craig had his hand up. He can go after you.
I have a couple of questions, and Mr. and Mrs. Dean, I apologize in advance. These are not very pleasant questions, but we have to make some decisions tonight that are not very pleasant either.
Sorry, Chuck, but I have to leave, Dottie.
Of course.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, so
Go ahead, Craig.
I apologize, but I have to leave.
Okay. So we'll just note in the minutes, Michael, that Craig left the meeting at 7:50 p.m. Okay, go ahead, Chuck.
In the first instance that we've been talking about also with your attorney is Kara was 9 years old when the first incident happened, and the dog got off the leash with Kara. You are clearly very trusting people, very nice people. But you trusted a 9-year-old with taking care of the dog, and the dog was just a puppy then. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was with Kara. I was with Kara when we were walking. I know exactly what the incident Peter mentioned. It was, I want to say it was a year ago, maybe over a year ago. Well, he's only 2, so I'm estimating he was like 6 months old. So, yeah, just like Lisa said, everybody wanted to walk the dog. So I was next to Kira. She was walking him. But that was my first indication that, he's getting a little big. He's too strong. And whoever it is, my son, my daughter, if the dog's able to get away from her, it can't happen. So that got shut down right there.
Okay, thank you. Then the second incident was a situation of the dog got away from you, right?
I think he said that it came out of our yard. So
Okay.
Jasper is never out of our yard, in our yard without us. So either my husband or I are outside with Jasper. He is never outside, like off a leash without us. If he is on the dog run, and he might be, usually he's on the dog run when we're doing yard work outside or we are mowing the lawn. He is not on the dog run anytime that he is out by himself.
Okay.
And the dog run, it was originally, when we bought the house, there was already a dog house in like at the top of our driveway. And of course, when we got the dog, we're like, oh, well, there's the dog house. That's where the dog run should go. And that's where we're going to put it. And so that's the reasoning that we put it on the side of the house. So that it's not an enclosure. It's just a dog house. It's the people before us had it with heat and electricity. They owned a German Shepherd. It stayed outside the entire time. We disconnected all of that. And that's why the dog run was where it was originally. Now we have moved it into the backyard.
But you trusted the dog in that situation, and the dog ran down the driveway.
Right.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah.
The reason I'm asking that is that I and we have to trust that when and if we make an agreement this evening, I want to trust that it's going to be trustworthy to me, that situation will work. Because we'll get into that later. I have another question though. Can you give me a little of the timeline between the old run and the new run? And specifically, I see the picture as I'm reading, and I walk my dog a lot on Kennedy Circle, and it's a circle as well. And we meet a fair amount of dogs, and I do an analysis of each one and the situation. You had Jasper at street level in some kind of enclosure, is that correct, previously?
No, he is not. He was on the side of our driveway. The run went from halfway up our driveway all the way to the backyard.
Okay, then I mistook what I was seeing on the pictures. I thought that Jasper was in a box at street level and barking at cars and people going by and stuff. Okay, so that answers that question. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Tom?
I did. Mr. and Mrs. Dean, thank you so much tonight again for your patience. I echo my fellow select board members acknowledging this is not easy. And like select board member King, who said it far better than I will, I do have a lot of questions for you, but please know that it's just trying to understand as best as possible the facts and the information and to try to get to the best decision possible.
Yeah, we understand.
So I assume that you got Jasper as a puppy?
Yes.
Yeah, it was 12 weeks. Yeah, we brought him home when he was 12 weeks old.
Younger. And what type of collar has he been on during these incidents? And do you have different types of collars for him?
I think, well, we've always, somebody recommended a pet, it's got the name of the brand is Pet Safe Collar. It's a
Martingale.
Martingale, that's what
Martingale
it's called,
collar?
Martingale, which was recommended to us by JM Pet Resort, Jenny Mailer from JM Pet Resort. So it's one of their requirements when he goes there for play train. So he's been wearing it ever since we got him.
Absolutely.
He also has a harness sometimes that he wears on walks as well.
I'm familiar with the Martingale collar. You don't have an electronic fence, right? Currently?
We do not.
No.
And are there any circumstances that are going on with Jasper that we should know about? Are there any new medications or stressors that may have been going on recently that creates a different dynamic than who the dog may have been in the past before this incident?
I could say that COVID is definitely interesting situation. We're all home more so.
Yeah.
Also, there's more people around walking in front of our house and actually parking in front of our house. So our neighborhood is a cut through to Borderland, and people park right in front of our house almost every day.
Yep. I'm actually familiar with your house, having you formerly lived in Rockland Street, and I know the path you speak of to get to Borderland.
Mm-hmm. And I think, yes.
Excellent. Are any of the events that we heard from earlier tonight, Mr. Carl Fells, Ms. Fuller, well, are any of those events, did they happen as proposed to us?
I was very shocked at them. I've never met Mr. Codfell, is that his name? I've never met him. I've never seen him walking by my house. I don't even know what his dog looks like, to be honest with you. Mrs. Fuller, I've never seen Mrs. Fuller. She talked about a high school girl bringing up Jasper. My daughter's 11, and she's probably like 80 pounds soaking wet. So she wouldn't have been able, I don't know who she was talking about. I don't recall seeing her ever. If I'm looking at a dog, I don't know if she has somebody else walk her dog. I don't recall ever that situation. I do not recall the situation with the Welches. I would assume that if it was my daughter and I had an issue and they were that upset, I think I would have went to my neighbor's house and asked them about it, and that never happened. It was very shocking to hear that situation to me. We did see the Welches. Our neighborhood did a little bit different this year for Halloween. People had tents in their driveways. We had a candy chute down our front steps. The Welches did have like a fire pit kind of thing in their front of property, and my husband, Matt, can speak to it, but he did go to their house with Jasper. Jasper was in his Halloween costume, trick-or-treating as a dragon with the kids. I don't recall any of those situations, and nobody has ever brought them up to us, because if they did, it would have made us more aware of the situation, which it was shocking. Mr. Harrington, he's only seen him at the bus stop. He's never interacted with Jasper walking by our house. I don't know if you want to say anything.
No, just more of the same. I mean, I know George Harrington, I see him in the neighborhood, I know Kate Wells. When, I forget their last names, Nancy from Copperfield, and Rory. I forget his last name, I apologize, but I don't know them, I don't know of the incident, I can't speak to it, and
Fair. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
So Mark had a question, but Attorney Kenefick, I wanted to ask you, Kate Welch just sent a question through the Q&A. She wanted to know if she could respond to what Mrs. Dehan had just said. So I don't know if there can be back and forth amongst.
The other incident, but she never talked to me about it.
You're on mute.
Michael, you're on mute. And Dottie, I did have additional questions. I apologize.
All right, hold on 1 second. A lot of moving pieces here.
It's a quasi judicial hearing. It's kind of unorthodox to have somebody come back, but as long as if she has something to say, as long as Attorney Cohen has an opportunity to respond or question her about it, I think we'd be okay.
Attorney Cohen, do you have an objection to that?
I would just ask if her testimony will be related to whether Jasper is a nuisance dog or a dangerous dog. Or maybe you can see her question, as long as it's about why we're here. I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. Kate, why don't you type your question into the Q&A or your comment into the Q&A so that I can understand that better. And Tom, go ahead and continue your question. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We've heard that Jasper has listened to you, Mr. Dehan. It sounds like he is responsive. Does he listen? What commands does Jasper know? And does he adhere to all of them routinely with you?
Yes, as far as the commands go, it's comes over, comes back to, we call it recall. Sit, he does that really well. Anytime he's got, playing with a ball or off, OFF, that's one of them, drop it or get off the couch or, whatever. So it's literally only 3 or 4 words, but they're kind of universal. So he does listen to me. I don't want to boast or anything. Yeah, I trained with him probably the most. And he does that. Like I said,
You go through actual training with a company with Jasper?
Yes.
Understood. And if he's out with the rest of the family members, is he less likely to adhere to the commands?
I would say me and Lisa, more so the kids. I mean, it's just, we have 2 kids in the house. I would say, yeah, more so me and Lisa listen to, not so much the kids.
In the house, he will listen to the kids. If the kids say off because he has something, he will drop it. If they ask him to sit, he will sit. In the house, he does listen to the kids.
Sure. And when he's outside, if you told him to stay, does he assume, or when you tell him to sit, does he assume it's a sit stay, meaning he doesn't get released until you give him approval to be released, or does he mention and then?
Yes, Jasper does do a stay, and usually it's on something. So like he has a mat in the house that if someone rings the doorbell, we bring him to the mat and say, sit, stay, he will stay there. Typically we have him, it's like a location. So like it could be a rock. He would sit on a rock. It could be, sometimes we ask him to sit on the stairs. So he would stay on the stairs when we bring him to that location, and he does not leave until we tell him go play.
Yep.
And when you say go play, then he will be able to
That's
go.
the release, yeah, I forgot that.
We've heard tonight that there's a trigger that Ranger is for Jasper potentially. And I understand there's a lot of nuance and we don't really know what's going through the minds. How do you address the question I have as to identifying what that trigger is? And then how do we make sure that there isn't another dog that causes the trigger that we just don't know?
So we've already set up an appointment or a plan in place after this to start to do a little bit more training with Jasper, kind of like a maintenance refresher, to be more aware of his demeanor and what what his reaction could be around other dogs. Very rarely have we been in a situation, we've taken Jasper to the soccer fields, to the softball fields. He's played with other dogs in our neighborhood. Very rarely has this ever happened. It happens with Ranger, and I don't know why. But we have letters, all of the letters that you've received of other dogs that Jasper has been okay with, and they range from age levels also.
And then I believe it's the last question as I look through my notes. And again, I apologize and appreciate.
No, that's okay.
Those times. I'm just trying to learn as best as possible. I think that to you, if I'm not mistaken, to the Dehan family, that this is a member of your family, and therefore it deserves this level of questioning, in my opinion. Do you have any issues with the recommendations as set forth by the animal control officer?
The fence, we have already started looking for, getting fence estimates. That one is okay. After talking to a trainer, we would like to do a halty with Jasper, because that is proven, and Jenny Mather can speak to how we can control the dog much better with the halty. Instead of a muzzle.
When he's on a leash, when a dog pulls, I guess when you have the halty, it's gonna train the dog not to pull the leash, that's what I'm told. So, and the only thing, Tom, Mr. Prasad, the only thing I wanted to add, you asked about the trigger, and I can't tell you what the actual trigger is. I'm not an expert in dogs, but there's other dogs in the neighborhood, and like we just took a quick count the other day. It's for some reason these two dogs, they don't like each other for whatever reason. Like I said, we feel horrible, but there's there's upwards to 15 to 20 other dogs in the neighborhood that Jasper's physically played with and had play dates and no issues. That's why we just can't figure this out, why it's just the one dog.
Sure. The halty, I would at some point like to understand what the halty is. We have to wait. I'm not sure if it's the one that controls the snout and pulls the snout down, and therefore that the dog's own momentum pulls the snout down into itself. And I guess I would just like to confirm that that's what it is in my mind.
Sure.
I have no further questions at this time, Dottie. I appreciate the time I was afforded.
Okay, I'm going to go to Mark next. But before I do that, I just want to, Mark, you go next. And then after that, I'm going to read the comment that Kate Welch just posted. It's just a quick one. So go ahead, Mark. And then I'll go to you, Chuck.
Thank you, Dottie. Thank you for being here, Mr. and Mrs. Dehan. This is not easy. I don't think anybody wants to be here on either side. So I'll try and make my questions quick, short, and some clarification so I can get a better picture like we're all trying to do here. Was Jasper ever outside, not on a leash, on purpose?
Yeah, I would say we've had him usually when I'm out with him. Yeah, he's been on the front yard, backyard, not on a leash with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understand.
They call it, under voice command, and he does have good recall, which is great. But when he leaves the property down the driveway, that's another story.
Understood. And so we've heard here tonight from a total of 4 people who have a story to tell about Jasper. And to my knowledge, and what I've gleaned out of this is you've only been aware of one, and that's with Mr. Deere. So you had, prior to December 9th, you had no concerns were voiced to you guys directly about Jasper and aggression or anything. Is that correct?
That's correct.
No.
Okay. So December 9th, that must have really shocked you, I would think. Like, what? This is the first time I'm hearing it. Anything. Okay. And I know Tom had alluded to this, and I'm just going to ask directly because, a lot of this is subjective. You guys know Jasper best. Why do you think this happened? And then I'll get to my next one. So why do you think this happened? Because it did happen. That's one thing we do know.
Absolutely. I think that the situation when Jasper was being walked by the dog walker was not the right situation. We trusted them to come. They came. They brought a trainee with them to walk Jasper. They did not obey the protocols that they had in place and what we asked them to do. They stopped at our neighbor's house, had a conversation with my neighbor, Roseanne, let Jasper play with Roseanne's dog, Oscar, and turned around and started walking back the other way. And I don't feel that they had a good read on Jasper. And when two people are walking together, I don't know, were they talking to each other? I don't know, were they really focusing on Jasper? In my opinion, no. Not the way that my husband and I walk Jasper. Not the way that we are aware of his social cues, because we're paying attention to him when we're walking him. And I do not feel that, I feel that that was a situation that kind of put us where we are. Yes, it did happen. I'm not denying that this is horrible. This is a bad situation and it was terrible. But I feel that that's kind of what kind of started this situation.
Do you think it could happen again?
No, not if my husband and I are walking Jasper.
And since December 9th up till now, you guys have really changed the way you handle Jasper outside, from the pictures, from your husband being the only one to walk him, or yourself. That's changed a lot since December 9th.
Yep. And then even to now thinking about getting a fence for our yard, we never thought that we were going to do that, because we thought, okay, we'll have the run, and now the fence is definitely the step that we're going to take, and feel that that would be safe for everybody, safe for Jasper, safe for if people are nervous walking by our house. We don't want that.
It sounds like you're moving in the direction of a very responsible dog owner with the knowledge that was brought to you as of December 9th. What do you want to see happen?
I want to have everybody feel okay. I want to see Jasper's 2 years old. I want him to have a life that can be a pleasant one. I want my children not to be walking on eggshells, like they just don't know what's happening in the neighborhood with other people. I want,
I asked that question because Mr. Deere, when he spoke, in his what he sent to the board, he never mentioned euthanization. Like that's not what he wants.
Right.
And it sounds like he wants kind of what you're already doing. So I do see a potential solution here where all parties can be happy and safe. And that's all I have to say.
And that's exactly what I want also, Mark.
Chuck, you had another comment.
But I'd like to defer on that comment until I hear what Kate Welch's comment is, because it's in relation to her residence that I wanted to speak.
She sent me another note saying that it wasn't really pertinent. It was just, about Halloween, who was there that night and whatnot. But it's not something that we have to. She said that we didn't have to ask it. So
I can speak to that if you want to go into any detail on the interaction of Halloween.
no, I think we're beyond that. I think that's getting into a real level of detail that we know it's not pertinent really to what we're saying. And she even said not to bother with it. So we're coming up. It's 8:15 now, and I'm not trying to rush anything, but I want to try to stick to as close to where we need to be as possible. Chuck, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
I do not.
Tom?
I apologize. I had one final question I didn't ask. What is the impetus, and this may be directed at Attorney Cohen, so just to make sure, although I'll address it to the Deans, what is the impetus for us to not declare the dog dangerous if we're in alignment regarding to Select Board Member Lamb's comments on the other remedies that are being both sought and advocated for?
May I jump in?
Go ahead, Attorney Cohen.
Just because it's from a sort of legal perspective, is that we want to have insurance here. We want them to be covered by insurance, like every dog should be covered by insurance through their homeowners. If the dog is and no claim has been made through their homeowners, through, because of this claim, because it's going through wagging tails. So if their dog is deemed dangerous, they're not going to be able to, upon renewal, they're not going to be able to get coverage for their dog, just by virtue of being deemed dangerous. Plus, so that was one of them. Another one is because the dog is young, and it's rare that I would ask for a non-label in a continuance, but I just, maybe after you hear from Jenny Mather, I just see this as there's a chance to not have to label a dog dangerous, but to have owners who are willing to comply voluntarily without being, that's why. Because sometimes you just want to label dangerous so you can make sure you get your restrictions in to protect people, but here they're willing to do it either way.
I don't understand that.
Right, but let me just say something. If we don't deem it dangerous and we agree on the restrictions and then they leave and decide not to do the restrictions or something happens with it, then we don't have a legal recourse to go back and do anything about it. So just putting that out there while we're talking about it.
If they left town, are you saying? If they moved?
No, I'm saying if we gave an order, you know, we can't give an order. We could mutually agree that they put up a fence, but if we don't deem the dog dangerous and then they leave and don't put up the fence, we can't go back and say, we gave you an order to put up a fence. It would be, well, we agreed you would. So there's definitely, there's a reason to make the definition. I understand what you're saying, but I just want to point out the other side of that.
Understood. I will say this, Attorney Kennefick and I have cases all over the state, and so we do enter these when in this type of situation, some type of stipulation, but I believe when the dog owners agree to it, when you have their agreement, they're waiving the right to say, I mean, that'd be unfair if suddenly they could say, hey, what are you going to do about it? It would come with all the consequences as if an order's been in place. Or maybe the order's in place and it's lifted in 6 months if there's nothing. I mean, that's an alternative too. But, and by then, they're not going to take the fence back out once you say the dog's not dangerous. So just trying to present the option that there's ways to protect the town from them trying to, you know, backdoor something.
Is there a difference between classification as a dog nuisance versus dog being dangerous?
Well, nuisance is certainly, it's like a lesser charge. The interesting thing though with the nuisance is the board has much more room to order things, because the law just says the board can order measures that will ameliorate the situation. So that gives a whole host of things that maybe aren't delineated in under dangerous dog that the board can now do under nuisance. So
So Tom, I would say, let's save those questions for when we're deliberating and talk with our attorney about that.
Understood.
All right.
Fair point. I appreciate Attorney Cohen and the DNs answering this question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Attorney Kennefick, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I know it's a little late, but I think it's kind of an important point. I just wanted to go over the 4 incidents where the dog got out into the street. The first one was with Mr. Deere, and it was 2019. Matt, Mr. Dean, I believe you're the one that went and got the dog, correct?
Yes.
That's correct, yep.
How did the dog get out into the street? Did he get out of the house? Did he get off of a leash?
No, he wasn't on a leash. He was off leash with me in the front yard.
Okay. So the second incident, that would be with Miss Welch, and that was June 2020. That was another incident where the dog got out into the street. How did the dog get out that time?
That one, I honestly don't recollect that much. I can't say that it, I know she mentioned somebody was there, so it was probably me. I mean, if something, I guess, out of the ordinary happened, I would have remembered it. So you must, I would assume it's the same situation. I was in the front yard with Jasper, you know, it was me and him.
Okay. Same thing with Miss Fuller. She said, this was about 6 months ago, but she said that your daughter had come out, gotten the dog. Do you know how the dog got out in the street?
We don't recall that situation at all. And she said my teenage daughter, my daughter is 11 right now. So I don't know, we don't recall that situation at all.
It's honestly the first
time we've heard it.
I came to a complete shock to me.
Okay. And the last one was Mr. Caulfield's, and I believe he said that you, Mr. Dean, had come out and got the dog. Do you know how the dog got out in the street for that one?
We don't recall that one either. This is the first time we've heard about that one as well. We don't remember.
He testified that only happened a few months ago, August 2021. No? Okay. All right, those are the only questions I had.
Okay, so you had mentioned that you had seen people from Wagging Tails in the attendees. So I just want to ask, publicly and have in the record, and I understand if there's an insurance issue or things like that going on, they may not want to make a comment for their own, but I want to just go on the record that we are asking if they did want to come forward. I never like it when somebody speaks about somebody else and they're not there to make a comment to defend themselves. So just if you can hear me and Wagging Tails would like to make a comment, you can either type it into the Q&A or you can ask for us to move you into the attendees. Let us know through the Q&A. Attorney O'Shea, you had a comment, question?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I just have a couple of questions for the deans.
Sure.
I understand this is traumatic and you and Mr. Deere and your family have been neighbors for a while. You heard Mr. Deere say that he doesn't want the dog euthanized, but the very real fact is they are terrified of that dog. You testified earlier and there was some talk about a collar, a Martindale collar, is that right?
I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah.
Martingale?
Martingale?
Is that the only collar you've ever used on the dog, on Jasper?
Jasper sometimes does wear an electric collar when we are off, like on our property.
Okay, so that's the shock type. You have like a clicker or a remote.
Yep.
That sends a signal. Okay. How do you use that intermittently, or do you just use that for a little while and then discontinue using it, or what was? Can you run down how, I apologize, but do you use different type of collars in different situations, or do you use different collars while you're walking? I mean, I have a large dog myself, so
he uses the Martingale collar every day. Okay. The other collar we use if we go to our house in Wellfleet, where it's more of an open area and we need to make sure that he's staying within that property. It's more of like a border instead of like an electric fence. That's what we would use when we're there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And have you already had a conversation with your homeowner's insurance company about this? Attorney Cohen brought up that your homeowner's insurance might be canceled or won't be renewed if the dog's deemed dangerous. Have you had any conversation with them already?
No, not with our insurance carrier, no.
Okay, all right. And, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
So Robert Pierce is the attorney for Wagging Tail, and he did say he'd like to speak. So if Michael Blanchard, if you could find Robert Pierce and put him into the presenters. Hello, Attorney Pierce. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Obviously, Wagging Tail feels very badly about this situation. They are very sad about what happened to the Deere's dog. Julie Cardozo was going to testify, but on my advice after Mr. Cohen's opening, where he attacked my client, I told her she shouldn't, because what was clear from his opening was that in this incident, the dog got away from The walker. The walker was a very experienced walker, had walked this dog for 2 years and without problems. But one incident where a dog gets away to attack my client, I wasn't going to subject her to that. And when you feel like there's going to be a lawsuit against my client, I don't think it has any merit, but I'm not going to allow her to testify and have something be used. So the short answer is my client had been walking this dog for 2 years without incident. On this one incident with apparently the dog's nemesis, which sounds bizarre, but I guess that's what it is, the dog walker could not restrain the dog. I don't know why, but it couldn't. So because of the way that the opening statement from Mr. Cohen went, I told my client under no circumstances go before this board. So that's why I'm here. And I'll tell you that the dog had no problems up to this point that were reported to the owner. But I cannot make it in good conscience have my client testify and subject her to being thrown under the bus for this incident.
I appreciate that, Mr. Pearson, or Attorney Pearson, and I appreciate you coming forward to say that. Like I said, it bothers me when somebody can make comments about somebody who's not there. I understand why you would make that recommendation. That is a business in our community, and I don't want the people to get an impression based on comments tonight when no one was there to be able to defend themselves. So I appreciate your clarification on that.
Thank you.
Okay. So I know that you sent in, we read the letters of support. There's still a number of people in the attendees. And I just, do you want to call some people? I mean, if we're going to call people, I assume all your people are going to say what a great job, what a great dog Jasper is. Do you want to call specific people that would speak to something specific so that we can move this along? We had 4 witnesses for Mr. Deere, and I don't recall seeing a witness list of who you wanted to present. So how should we handle this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that you've read the letters, and I'm certainly not going to subject the board to hearing the same repetition. I do just have 2 more witnesses, one of which can probably speak to most of what you've heard and answer a lot of the questions, and that would be Jenny Mather from JM Pet Resort. And to the extent that she uses up time, then in the interest of if I think you have all the information that I'm hoping you have, then we can maybe suspend there.
Okay.
Or terminate there. So I would ask that Jenny Mather be given an opportunity to testify.
Okay. Love the power of Zoom where you can just move people in and out. Jenny, thank you for joining us tonight. I'm going to swear you in and then ask you to give your name and address also. Do you swear that this testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And can you just say your full name and your street address for the record?
Sure. My name's Jenny Mather, and I live at 31 Depot Street in Easton.
Okay, terrific. So what can you tell us about the situation?
Okay, first, I just want to, for those of you that don't know me, I just want to let you know that I do live in the community, and I own a business right outside of the community. I own JM Pet Resort and Pet Vet Clinic. I've been in business for over 23 years. I'm a level 2 master dog trainer. I've been an animal control consultant for more than 16 years. And I was the founder and director of the Blue Dog Shelter for Difficult Dogs for 17 years. So, so many of the things that you're dealing with here, I've seen numerous times. We have a staff of 80 people here at the resort and at the veterinary clinic. And we deal with dog problems all the time. And, many dogs have triggers, and sometimes, just like people, dogs just don't like other dogs. You may never know why. There's a thing between Ranger and Jasper. What I can tell you is this, is that Jasper's been here since he was a puppy. And we have a reporting system here at the resort where basically on every single dog, they're tiered as far as behavior and behavior plan and meeting them where they're at. Our program is called Play Train. It's a trademarked program where we have 9 different groups during the day comprised of our Play Train trained personnel. And each of those behaviors are anything from what we call wallflowers to drive dogs, specials, Play Train 1, Play Train 2, and they're comprised of all these different dogs. So, and all their different behaviors. And so basically it's a fluid system where the dog moves from system to system so that they're graduating for spaces. Now, our experience with Jasper through time, and Callie is actually the Play Train manager. She's here as well if she gets called. The way that the system works is that as a puppy, he came in and he was a normal, rambunctious, happy-go-lucky, somewhat, and he's enthusiastic. He's a very enthusiastic and rambunctious dog. But when we search that database for any sort of incidences, because every single thing is recorded, whether it's that the owner asked for something or a behavior has happened or an incident has happened, if there's any sort of incident group ever, it's recorded and the pet parents are asked to sign off, okay? And when I search the Dean's name and Jasper's name, the only thing that comes up over those 146 visits that he's had to the facility is that the Deans have repeatedly asked for progress reports and asked us to work behavior. There has never been any sort of incidents in group. And actually that's not the norm. Most dogs, as they move through the program, they have different incidents. Usually, you know, it's not uncommon for a young dog to get into it with another dog so that we're learning how to like reappropriate their behavior. So that's the first thing I want to say, that nothing in our database shows that Jasper has had any problems. And when I queried the Play Train management team and the team, they all said the same thing, that he's manageable, he's better on a halty, which is a face harness. And to answer the question, actually, Mr. Broussard, you had very good questions. It sounds like you have some dog knowledge. The martingale collar is a collar that goes around the neck and it cinches when you have it. Now, if you let go of the leash or the leash gets away from you, the martingale collar isn't worth anything. But the reason for a martingale collar is so that if they pull, it cinches, but there's no pain associated. And it doesn't create any what's called reverted aggression. And I don't want to get too technical, but because I don't want to lose you guys. But some of the picture that's been painted even here tonight of things that I'm finding out through this process, this has been brewing for a long time. And without the reporting back to Matt and Lisa and without some education behind what, without some education for Matt and Lisa to know how to handle these problems, I see how they escalated to where they were. Now, I should have started out by saying, Mr. Deere, I am so sorry for your dog. And I imagine that is just the most traumatizing thing. And by no means, by me testifying on behalf of Jasper and the Deans, am I trying to disrespect your feelings at all. And I also want to speak to the fact that I am also not here to testify against wagging tails, okay? I understand that accidents happen. They can happen to anyone. How we move forward from here, in my opinion, is what's most important. And I think that there needs to be a level of education for the Deans as to how to manage these things. Now, just as a highlight of how I could see these things unfold, I first want to speak to the run that was out front, okay? They wouldn't know this, and really a layperson wouldn't know this, but when you have a run and you have a dog on a run and it's in an area where you've got a lot of traffic, what happens is it creates a frustrated behavior. So that's why a lot of mailmen get bit and FedEx people get bit, is because they ring the doorbell, the dog barks, they think they make the person go away. It happens a million times. And then when the dog gets outside, they don't know what to do. So they're like a dog off a leash and they bite the mailman, okay? When you have a dog on a runner, they get frustrated over time. And so when they get off, they tend to run down the driveway and react in a different way. The other thing is that, I want you to understand that I mean this in a way that's in favor of Jasper. Someone had asked if anything was different with Jasper. First of all, the COVID condition for all dogs is very different because people are home and their schedules are different. My phone is ringing off the hook for separation anxiety, fear, aggression, lack of socialization, a million different behavior problems that all at the end of the day manifest in aggression, because that's what happens with dogs that are screwed up. They react aggressively. So if we don't socialize the dog, if you deem him dangerous and he doesn't get out of the house, you might have an idea that it's a safer environment, but in truth, by squirreling him away, you're not managing the problem. You're not helping to make the problem better. You're not socializing him. In the past, I mean, he came 2 days before this incident happened, and he played in a group of 20 dogs, no incident. He came the week before that twice, a group of 15 dogs both times, no incident. He walks through my lobby. He's handled by a bunch of different things, and I want to clarify, he's a green handler because our handlers are extremely experienced. And that's not to throw stones. What that means is him as a dog, he's labeled as a dog that can be managed in the showroom and walked by dogs. When you escalate our level of colors, green, yellow, orange, we even have a blue, which is a jumpy mouthy. We have a purple, we have a red caution. But a green is basically, and that's just the way our handlers work. Again, not throwing stones. It just means that we have a lot of people that could handle Jasper. The mainstream can handle Jasper, and he's very good in group. Now, obviously this happened, and obviously there's been some repeat patterns, and obviously it has to be rectified. I actually, if there's any way that the board would consider Mr. Cohen's recommendation of not deeming him dangerous and holding them to the standards of a fence, making sure that only Matt or Lisa are walking them, using a halty. I actually have a video of Jasper using a halty. You can do it with 2 fingers. I was actually singing during and this is from 7 months ago, 8 months ago. Who knew that this was going to go on? And I hope that Mr. Cohen sends you that video. But he is an absolute, oh, well, there you go. There it is. Let's play it. You'll get to see me sing and dance. This is Jasper in the back, the red dog. He's next to a Rottweiler. And this is me trying to say how easy it is to use a halty, essentially. And that everyone should use a halty, because when you use a halty, you're controlling the face. I'm singing, "We love halties." You see the wagging tail, okay? So when you control the face of an animal, you control the whole animal. So I think that in many ways, not knowing, Jasper was set up for failure. The run, for one. Secondly, equipment. Now, just recently, I found out that Jasper was using an electric collar. Now, I know that the DNs don't know this, and this isn't blame. And I know that they feel terrible that some of the things that they have done has been on the advice of people that have just given them bad advice. But when you put a dog in an electric collar and you shock them when they're looking at something, what happens is you create a not good feeling. So if I'm looking at you, Dottie, and you shock me, I don't like you very much. And then tomorrow, if I get excited to see you and you shock me again, I'm going to like you even less. And then if I look at the next dog and I get shocked. So anytime he was getting excited because he's an excitable dog, if you were giving him a correction by collar, what was happening is you were creating association. Now, the good news is he's young and they've only been using the collar since last summer. So it can be reversed. That is a condition that can be reversed. And I cannot tell you the hundreds of dogs that ended up in my shelter because of electric collars. It's not a good tool. I stand on a pulpit all the time about it because it makes things look good, but it creates behavior issues. And the fallout is always the dogs and the people. If you give us a chance, if you give us this 6 months to do some private lessons and to keep him socialized, because that's what he needs. He doesn't need to be isolated. He's not going to like dogs if he gets isolated, and he's not going to have a good life. But if he stays socialized and he can come to the facility and they can have the lessons. The other thing is educating the DNs. You know, I know Lisa and Matt from around town. Okay. I coached softball with Matt. I know these people. They're responsible, good people. They've asked me a million times how Jasper does. And I think, you know, maybe listening to too many cooks in the kitchen kind of was a little bit, you know, they went off track. But I would really love the opportunity to just try and work with them and keep everyone safe. I think that's everything. I said privates, So our plan would be private lessons, teaching the DNs how to recognize uncomfortable behavior. It's super easy. How to control with a Halti. It's even more easy than recognizing the behaviors. A fence in the backyard. I spoke with the fencing company while we were here because I wanted to know how long it would take. They said that the weather is not an issue. It's more so they just have to get the equipment. So we're not talking about having to wait for a thaw. And then after that, back to group lessons, because that's how they've always done it. So not just controlling them like with a cookie in their kitchen, but having me set them up in real life situations where they have to control them.
Okay, so I have a question for you, and I want to make a comment to Attorney Cohen first. Please don't share anything without asking the chair for permission, okay? That's fine, that was appropriate, but I don't want anyone else sharing anything without us understanding what that is first, okay?
Apologies. I didn't think I was activated to share. I was seeing if I could even get it ready. I didn't intend for it to be to pop up.
All right. And Jenny, the Halti, can they still bite if they have that on?
So the way that a Halti works is like this. So the answer is they could. However, the way a Halti works is it goes around the muzzle. So if this is the head, the Halti slides over, okay, and it's a loop around, and then there's a safety that goes on the collar, and then the leash goes to the Halti. And basically what happens is when you pull on the Halti, it closes the snout, okay, and it turns the head. So it's much like a halter of a horse. So just like you would never put a leash on a horse and expect to walk it, you put a halter on a horse so that you can lead it by the head. They're called head halters. Also, they have the way they cut on the sides of the face, they go against a pressure point in the back and underneath. So it creates like a kind of a shutdown calming. It's kind of how a mother would grab the dog. So immediately it's like a stop. It is one of the most simple things to use. The hardest part is acclimating them initially. So at first they resist it just like they would resist a muzzle. But all a muzzle does is make it so that they can't bite, which is great, but it doesn't make it so that you can control the dog at all.
So if somebody was walking the dog and it had the Halti on and the dog saw another dog and took off and the leash went out of their hand, they could still bite the person. So it's not just the Halti, it has to still be somebody who's trained to walk the dog properly, because those dogs are strong, right? So it could still pull the leash out of somebody's hand and bite.
So that's accurate. However, when you hold a leash though, the appropriate way, I'm just going to show you. So when you hold a leash, the way that you hold a leash for a dog that you're trying to control the right way is your hand goes through the leash like so. Okay, and then you hold it like this, and then you control the dog here. So you're holding here, so if and then this goes to your collar or your Halti or whatever tool you're using. Now this is basically your safety hand, and it's like this, and this is where you get your treats, okay? If the dog pulls and takes you by surprise, because accidents happen, when they pull out of the hand, you have this hand. Now, when a dog pulls out, immediately, they'd have to rip your hand off. Now, but if you're holding a leash like this, or if you're holding a leash, even some people use a thumb, what can happen is they can pull out. But if you physically have it over your hand and you're controlling with this hand, they should not be able to pull over your hand.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
I think that was a great point, Dottie. I do believe that we have the picture of the quantum lead, which would be attached around the hip in addition to the hand, that would then be attached to the Halti. And Ms. Mather, do you have any opinion as to whether or not that quantum leash is effective in this particular application?
I think it's effective as a backup because I don't feel that you have the same control in controlling the head. So you could institute, and we do this with some dogs, where you do a 2-tether leash. So you use the waist harness as a secondary, but you want to have control of the head with your hand. You don't want to have that control on your body. And also a misnomer is a lot of people think that you want to have a tight leash on a dog, like a short leash. And the problem with that is it causes oppositional reflex, which is actually, so if you think of, if someone grabs your sweatshirt, right? What happens immediately is you want to pull away. You don't want to like push in. So the tighter you are on a dog, So when people walk by each other and they get real tight, what they do is they actually bring out aggression in their dogs. That's why you have leash reactivity with so many animals when they pass by. Now, I'm not suggesting everybody should just be willy-nilly and loose, but what I'm saying is that when you create a looser situation and more of a yay, rather than a, oh my God, what's happening? Now the dog is trying to pull, and that oppositional reforce is going to make it worse and worse, which is much like the situation that I described as if when I'm getting shocked and looking at you. But if I'm pulling and everything is tight and I'm rigid, my dog knows I'm nervous.
Yep.
And so does the other dog. So it's about teaching all of those things. And it's so easy. I mean, I can teach kids this stuff, never mind, educated people.
If there was a halty, is it acceptable to have a second, this martingale collar, for example, attached to the waist and then a halty
Absolutely.
the arm?
Absolutely.
So there would be two mechanisms of control.
And another point that I had talked to the deans about is that, because I'm not, first of all, I'm not here to make it sound like Jasper's behavior is all okay, because it's not, all right? This is a behavior that they're gonna have to manage. And so they are fully aware that basically, like, once we fix his behavior, he's gonna look like $1 million, but they're gonna need to do maintenance. Because what happens with animals, just like our teenage kids, my son who's 14, they kind of go like up and down with their hormones and their behaviors. So we're gonna have to we're gonna have to manage this over time. It's not just like, oh, we're fixed in a month,
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yes,
I have a question for the deans.
All right, go ahead, Chuck, and then Mark. Sorry, you guys talked at the same time. You'll go next.
Sorry, Mark. The Mr. and Mrs. Dean, if we're talking about potentially going along with what you say about you would be the only ones walking the dog, can I ask about your situation at home, and are you working remotely, working outside of the house, and how would you do the scheduling for taking care of the dog then?
So I'm a 4th grade teacher in Easton. So I would, if I was walking the dog, it would be done after the school day. And then my husband works from home. And if he would walk the dog, he might do it at like a lunch break, or he would walk him typically after supper or after dinner. If there's a time that we're both not able to give Jasper the walk or the energy that he needs, he does go to JM Pet Resorts. That's why we send him there. He goes like sometimes 2 times a week, could be more if depending upon our schedules with our children and
It
things.
used to, prior to the pandemic, it used to be a lot more. I would go to the office more than I do now, obviously. So
Okay, I've got the answer, not to interrupt, but I've got the answer. Thank you.
Mark.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mather. You are clearly know what you're talking about. You've been doing this, you've dedicated your life to it. I don't need to ask you specifics. I think the bottom line for me, for you, is it seems to me that you believe, with your expertise, that these behaviors that exist in Jasper can be trained out. Bottom line.
I do. I believe that with dedication, if it was a different set of owners, I would not feel the same way. I would, because it takes dedication, but they can do it. Yes.
So for me, I'm watching all of this. I see, Dottie, at what point are we going to deliberate or talk about what we think of all this? I don't know. Now,
So the rest of the procedure is that when the witnesses have finished their testimony, we're going to vote to close the hearing, and we won't take any more information. So once the hearing is closed, we'll deliberate right afterwards tonight. So
do we do that in publicly or privately?
publicly.
Okay.
But it just means that there'll be no more testimony, there'll be no more comments. We will talk, and nobody else except our own attorney will be in there, so no one can add anything.
Okay, can I just ask one point of clarification? I don't know if it's to Mr. Kennefick or you, Dottie. It seems like this hearing is the Deans are taking actions that the Deer family wants them to take. It seems like this whole hearing is about whether or not to label this dog dangerous. And it seems to me like this behavior can be taught out. So my question is, Mr. Cohen, you asked that this be delayed 6 months to label the dog. So my question is, can the dog be labeled dangerous and then in 6 months reconvene to have that lifted? Kind of the opposite of what you're proposing. Is that possible?
It certainly is. Not every town does it. A town like Springfield, it expires after a certain, like a year or two, if the dog has no incident. So in a way, I kind of like that suggestion too. That way, you're immediately protected, the board does, and then let them prove to the board that, look, we're doing this. And but it goes the same way, as long as there's an agreement in writing that you will reconvene in 6 months, then that makes sense too.
I'd like to ask our attorney kind of to weigh in on that, unless you prefer to wait till we're in deliberation and you're on mute.
I guess the question I have with if the dog is deemed dangerous for only basically like a 6-month probationary period, they would have to report that to the insurance company and ensure that the dog is insured, either under the homeowner's policy or some sort of a rider. Because during that 6-month period, if they don't have that insurance, if they don't have that additional coverage, and somebody else is attacked, the insurance company would disclaim coverage. So you would kind of put, I think, the public at risk for the 6-month period. A nuisance designation, which is a secondary consideration here, gives you a lot more leeway to issue remedies. We'll get into a lot of that, but a dangerous designation kind of blocks you in. You have to pick one of 8 remedies, and I'll explain that a little later. As far as doing a probationary period, where maybe there was agreement that they would undergo all this training and undertake all these measures, would have to be kind of a good faith agreement, because it wouldn't really be an order, and so it wouldn't really be enforceable under 157. So it would just, be kind of relying on the good faith of the deans.
So you can only issue an order if it's deemed a dangerous dog. So if it's deemed a nuisance dog, an order can't be issued, and there's no promise, there's no guarantee.
No, you can issue an entirely different order. So usually, what I recommend to boards all the time is you have 2 votes. Number one, well, your first vote is to determine if the dog is dangerous, or alternatively a nuisance, or neither, which is always a third option. And then I always say, have that vote and then have a second vote as to what the remedies are. So if you designate the dog as dangerous under 157, it's in the materials that we had sent the board. You have to pick a certain amount of remedies. You don't really have a lot of leeway. You have to pick those remedies from the statute. A nuisance designation allows you to craft your own remedies, and it gives you a lot more leeway. And from my understanding, is a nuisance designation doesn't affect the homeowner's policy. And then, the third consideration, I guess, is what they were proposing is, this good faith proposal that I mentioned, where, they kind of voluntarily agree to have the dog trained and take certain other measures. But again, like I said, that wouldn't be enforceable. You would have to be relying on the deans to, follow through with everything that they promised.
All right, so I feel like we're getting close to where we should be talking in deliberation. I want to try to finish up the witnesses. Connor had his hand up. I do have one question. Connor, why don't you go first and then I'll ask my question.
We can pick this back up when the board is deliberating, which I think I agree with you, Dottie, is a more appropriate place for the conversation. But I do just want to put it in Attorney Kennefick's mind to think of. So when you are in deliberation, the definitions applicable to this, my understanding of hearings, and there's very, very, very specific and seemingly potentially mutually exclusive definitions of dangerous and nuisance in, I believe, section 136A. So I think for the town's sake, I would like that to be discussed in deliberation. Attorney Kennefick will.
And I have a question. Has this incident been reported to your insurance company already? To the DNs?
They only need to report. They only need to report an incident if they're presented with a claim. And the only time they would have to have a duty to report a dog is dangerous is upon renewal if they're sent an application. So some places don't send an application. I have not seen where you have a duty mid policy to share this information with them.
So Attorney O'Shea, has your client filed any kind of a claim against their insurance company, or do they intend to do that?
We have not. We're discussing all of our options. I have been in touch with Wagging Tail's insurance adjuster, but you know, our focus was to get through this hearing. Mr. Deere was extremely nervous, very upset. The family is obviously traumatized. So we hadn't really dealt with that as of yet, to be honest.
Okay. All right, Jenny, you got another comment?
I just have a question. If Jasper is deemed dangerous, it's problematic for me, in that it's hard to, I would actually have to think about if you guys deemed Jasper dangerous, even though in my professional opinion, I don't think it's the right opinion, I can't put him in a group in good conscience, with a town deeming him dangerous. I can go to the house and train him and do private lessons, but I mean, I'd really have to like wrap my head around what that would look like. So I'm just curious if there's just any way to like give them this 6-month chance and come back and re-speak about it,
So when we go into the deliberation, we'll read, there's an actual legal definition of what dangerous and nuisance means. And I don't want to speak about that right now until we're in deliberations, but I think you'll understand it a little bit better. But I appreciate what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Attorney Cohen, did you want to bring any more witnesses forward? I'm sorry. Let me just ask, Mr. Kennefick had his hand up. Attorney Kennefick.
I had two questions of the witness, and I'm not sure if all the board members have already asked all their questions.
Yes. Yep. Go ahead.
You're all set. Okay. So you had mentioned fencing being installed at the property. Is that like a standard yard fence?
Yeah. So Jasper's not a digger. The Deans and I have discussed that. So basically, it would there would be a fence in the back of their yard. He doesn't have access to see everything. So it cuts down on that frustration level that we spoke of. And that's also, someone had asked about walking. I think it was Mr. King. So anytime that they're not able to walk, they'd be able to turn them out into their own backyard.
How do we know he's not a digger, though?
How do you know that he's not a digger?
Yeah.
Well, I'm trusting that Matt and Lisa know that he hasn't dug any holes in the yard. But even still, you can always, I mean, there's two options. I mean, you can put a bottom rail. That's the first thing. I mean, that's when you do a bottom rail on a fence, that keeps, 95% of dogs in. And then you also have the prerogative of doing an anti-dig barrier. I had suggested this to the Deans yesterday when we had discussed whether or not he was a digger. My suggestion for that is to lay a 6-foot fence down and drive. So basically the way you do it is you lay an old fence down and then you put the fence over it so that you've got 3 feet on one side and 3 feet on the other, so that if there isn't any digging, that's what they hit. And that's certainly an option.
And just the other thing, is there like a certification process if this dog continues to be trained at your place? Is there a point where you reach, does the dog get a certificate or?
They do, but I mean, honestly, like, any facility can give a certificate. Basically you have to trust in the credential and the reputation of the particular trainer. I mean, unfortunately, it's an industry that sometimes is not regulated very well. It would be my track record that speaks for it. There isn't going to be no seal of approval that says, Jasper, you're completely done for forever. They're going to need to manage him just like your own children. And most people manage their own dogs. As he gets older, he'll grow out of the rambunctious behavior. And certainly the reactivity is going to diminish once all of those triggers are taken away, like the electric collar will be thrown away, the associations will diminish, but it's a behavior modification program. It doesn't have like an exact science of when it would end. What I would say is usually it's about the time frame that it took to instill the behavior. So you're probably talking about 6 to 8 months of practice.
Okay. Well, I'm just thinking, and I have no idea where the board's going to go with it, but how would they issue an order requiring training? I mean, I would think there would be something where you reach a point where you can represent to us, I guess, or the deans could represent to us that he's reached a certain level of training where we feel that he's safe and, he's over this phase. So I'm not sure, what the course is that you have, I'm not sure what the name of the training that you have. And is there some sort of affirmative assurance that you can give us at some point in time in the future that, listen, I think this is all behind him. He's no longer the rest of the neighborhood.
Well, I want to answer this. I want to answer everything as honest as I can, but basically, initially we would start with privates, then we would go to group training, and then we would hit, real life. And at that time, depending on when you want me to come and talk, I can say, like, this is the progress he's made. This is what he looks like. I mean, we could submit videos of him passing dogs. We do real life classes where we kind of, we go to Lowe's, we go to Bass Pro Shops. We, put them in situations where there's stressors that were the triggers in the prior. Obviously, like I don't want to be traumatizing the neighborhood, so I'm not suggesting that. But what I'm suggesting is that we can set up situations where before, we would, possibly we're at the top of the driveway and we have a long line and we see if he'll stay. But I feel like they need to manage the behavior and make sure this never happens again. Not ever feel like, oh, this is completely behind us. Like, I think that they need a fenced in yard. They need to keep him on a leash. They need to use a halty, and they need to manage the behavior. I don't, I would never recommend that there's ever any complacency, and that doesn't mean they have to have their guard up for forever. It just means that we're not going to have Jasper in the front yard off leash ever again. So, that's the point.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Attorney Cohen,
Thank you. Out of fairness to the last witness, Callie Cornaglia, because she's been waiting 3 hours, I want to give her an opportunity to speak to the extent that anything new that she has to add, but as long as it's not a repeat of anything, if you could bring her in for a moment and then we'll be complete.
Connor?
I would just ask, I'm unsure what Attorney Pierce is raising his hand for, but it may be in relation to some testimony. So if Jenny or any of the other folks who have recently testified could just stick around as attendees. I don't know exactly when Attorney Pierce raised his hand for his question.
All right, I didn't notice that. Let's bring Attorney Pierce back in and then we can go to your other witness, Attorney Cohen. I know this is a little awkward with the in and out, but with Zoom, we're trying to be able to accommodate everybody and give everybody their time. So we appreciate your patience.
Oh, and thank you. It's actually fairly seamless, and I've probably done 50 depositions by Zoom by now, and so I'm fairly comfortable with it, and I hope my lighting is better. My lighting director, my wife, has actually done a nice job. I just wanted to make clear one thing that it's not substantive to the issue of dangerousness or nuisance. The claim has been submitted to Wagging Dog's insurer. The insurer is investigating the claim. They have made no commitment to pay the claim. They have made no commitment that it's covered. They've made no commitment that Wagging Tail was negligent, and as a result, they won't pay the claim. So I wanted everybody here to understand that it really isn't for the selectmen. It's more for the parties, and in particular the Dehans, just to know that they very well may cover the claim, but they may not. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Michael Blanchard, you're doing a great job. If we could move Mr. Attorney Pierce back into the attendees and Callie Corneglia back, as that's who you had said, right, Attorney Cohen?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Callie Corneglia. Hi, Callie.
Hello, everyone.
So like you saw already, because you've been on for the whole time, we're gonna ask you to swear in and then give your name and your street address. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And your full name and your street address?
Callie Cornelia at 19 Leonard Street, Lakeville, Mass.
Okay. And what can you share with us about the dogs?
What I can share about Jasper is that I have known him since he was a 3-month-old puppy. I have been employed at JM Pet Resort for going on 6 years now, and I've seen lots of different kinds of dogs, lots of different kinds of behavior. I also wanted to mention that I have seen dogs get into altercations before, and not having seen the incident that occurred with Ranger and Jasper, I cannot know what the triggers are. My condolences to the grief that Ranger's family must be feeling and the Dehans. I think that Jenny has put forth all of the information that I could give you on Jasper as well. So in the observance of everybody's time, I think I would be repetitive if I added anything more.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right, we can move Ms. Cornaglia back into the attendees. And Attorney O'Shea, do you want to give any last thoughts, or does Mr. Deere want to come back in and just give his final thoughts? It's up to you.
No, I have been texting him on and off throughout some of the other testimony, just try to, nail down how he feels. The family is still very, very afraid. And so with regard to, I believe it was Mr. Reed who pointed out the various distinctions and legal descriptions between a nuisance dog and a dangerous dog. So I just wanted to touch upon that. I do agree that labeling Jasper as a nuisance dog actually gives the board more authority to order things that if you did decide he was a dangerous dog, you are kind of locked in to, you shall do certain things. And again, Mr. Kennefick will discuss all those, but they are not a fan, to say the least, of sort of the 6-month suspended sentence thing. And I think, as the lady from J&M Dog Resorts just told you, this isn't going to be 6 months from now he's going to be fine. You've heard testimony tonight from people that the dog was aggressive with other dogs back in 2017, 2019, and now December of 2020 we have this horrific attack. Very obviously the first time that Jasper's ever attacked anything or anyone, although ironically labeling him as a nuisance dog also is covered if he attacks a domestic animal, so it would cover that. But the Deere family is concerned that 6 months from now all of a sudden nothing has happened because the Deans have and they have been voluntarily doing all these things. So, I applaud that. The Deere family is thankful for that. He wanted me to express to the Deans that they were very you know, buoyed and thankful that they are voluntarily doing all these things. But they'd like a lot of those things to continue so that, you know, his children aren't terrified walking by the house next year. They are young children, they're impressionable, they witnessed the attack. It was, I mean, you folks have the pictures from the, of Ranger's, you know, injury. It was horrific. So, you know, to that end, you know, whether this board elects to be, to label the dog as a nuisance or danger, we hope that the board will institute all of the animal controls officer's recommendations, plus whatever else this board feels is necessary to make sure that nothing like this happens again. That's where they're at. I thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for letting me in. Thank you for letting me speak, and the Deere family. Thanks.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Chuck, you had another comment?
Back to Mr. O'Shea's comments just now. Is there a label that's put on a nuisance dog, a label that's put on a dangerous dog that goes out into the public or something? You know how we do labels for a human criminal offender in the community or something?
We'll talk about that in our deliberations, and Attorney Kennefick can speak to that. It's a legal term, and it has a specific definition that's in our packet that we'll speak to.
Okay.
Okay, well, if that's it, if there's no further, I will ask for a vote to close the public hearing. And we'll do that with a motion and a second and a roll call vote, and then we will deliberate. The deliberation is going to be right now, unless the board members would like to take a 5-minute bathroom break. We've been at this for a while. If you want to do that, just let me know, but people can still stay in the attendees. You'll still be able to see and hear everything that we talk about. We just won't take further comment. Attorney Cohen, do you feel that you and your client were treated fairly after it feels like we might have gotten off on a misunderstanding in the beginning?
I certainly do now. Thank you. That was
great.
Well-conducted hearing. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. All right. If somebody would like to make a motion to close the public hearing and then give me a second. Tom?
Second, Lamb.
No, I'm asking first. Tom made the motion and I didn't hear if someone seconded it.
Second, Lamb.
Okay. Tom and Mark, and then a roll call vote starting with you, Tom.
Broussard, yes.
King, yes.
Lamb, yes.
And Fulgenetti, yes. Okay, so we can move everyone else out. Do you guys need a break, or are we okay to keep moving forward? Connor?
I could use a few moment break if that's possible.
All right. Connor, did you have something?
Yeah, same thing. I have just 3 minutes of Mike. I don't know if you have a placeholder slide for ECAT, but.
Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back. We'll wait for Attorney Kennefic to come in.
So are we live right now?
We are live right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to wait for Attorney Kennefic to come in before we start to talk about this. Just in case I say anything wrong, he can put me right back in line. Okay, so right now our first vote is going to be whether we determine if the dog is a nuisance dog or a dangerous dog. The definition of a nuisance dog, if you find the dog is a nuisance, you must find at least one of the following. By excessive barking or other disturbance is a source of annoyance to a sick person residing in the vicinity, or by excessive barking causing damage or other interference, a reasonable person would find such behavior disruptive to one's quiet and peaceful enjoyment, or has threatened or attacked livestock, a domestic animal, or a person, but such threat or attack was not a grossly disproportionate reaction under the circumstances, was not a grossly disproportionate reaction. If you don't find one of the above to be true, then we wouldn't deem it to be a nuisance dog. So the choice to be a dangerous dog is that,
where are you reading from?
I have notes that I've pulled out.
I think it is at the end.
That's
of the
in our
packet,
packet, right?
I think it's at the end of the packet.
Yeah, it should be at the end.
So section 157?
Well, if I think you have a memo from Kate Federoff.
Yep.
So the board has a.
Those should be somewhere in there.
Motion,
I'm sorry.
memo from council, but that language is lifted directly out of its chapter 140, section 136A is the definitions relevant.
Right.
I just printed out some pages and they're not page numbered, so I'm sorry, I can't better answer that.
No, that's good. It's section 136. I can look it up.
Do you see it? It's in
I was
that
reading
document.
157.
So to find the dog dangerous, hold on a second. We need to find one of the following. Without justification, attacks a person or domestic animal causing physical injury or death, or behaves in a manner that a reasonable person would believe poses an unjustified imminent threat of physical injury or death to a person or to a domestic or owned animal. So to me, it's clear that it falls into the dangerous dog category.
Right.
It did attack without justification.
I think if you remove the title of nuisance and dangerous and call it A and B, you could sit back and say, which of these occurred, A or B? And the answer is B, and then it's revealed it's dangerous. It's like, I don't want to call the dog dangerous, but how can I not?
Well, that's why it's a legal term. It's not a description that we're trying to label. It's an ugly dog or a cute dog or a nice dog or a mean dog. It's a legal term. So
I would just posit one aspect to that as I read the law. And I think that it is important to identify whether or not justification or what represents justification and from whose perspective. I do want to ask some questions, I guess, also around this, but if from the dog's perspective, which we'll never know, there was justification in that somebody comes by their house and they felt that they were protecting or were challenged, then do we, according to section 157 of chapter 140, whereby if the dog is complained of as a dangerous dog, which is the literal words that Mr. Reed used, I'm sorry, that Peter Deere used, that we get to, at that point, decide whether or not we dismiss the complaint, deem the dog a nuisance dog, or deem the dog a dangerous dog. So how is it that a complaint of a dangerous dog gets brought before us and we can choose between nuisance or dangerous?
Because of what we just saw as testimony. What criteria did this meet? The dog attacked another dog.
Yeah, for me, it's everything I heard. I'll never know or even try to know the dog's perspective. But for me, it's everything I heard told me it was unprovoked. There was nothing that I heard that indicated that this was a provoked attack.
Well,
Nothing.
I guess where I go back is where Ms. Mather articulated that the setup in the front with the run could have created the trigger that for this animal, that's how they reacted.
I don't think that this means like we start to get into the psychology of, what triggered the dog. There was a dog walking down the street with his owner in a leash, and another dog came and attacked it. It doesn't matter. I'm not saying that the dog wasn't triggered or it's a bad dog, or the fact is that it did attack another dog. I think what they're trying to say of justification is, if my dog went into your yard and your dog attacked my dog because it was in your backyard, that might be different because it was on your property and your dog may have perceived it as a threat.
Section 157, Article 1 speaks specifically to that. I think that's a great example, Dottie. And I'm not trying to get into the dog psychology here either. I am trying to take the body of evidence to understand what the appropriate right outcome is for all the parties involved. So I appreciate your feedback, but I also will certainly try to understand all of the components of all of the definitions to make sure they all apply from my perspective, and then we can vote.
Well, before it gets to a vote, I do want to share something that I observed. And to your point, Tom, there are conditions that have surrounded this that have caused this behavior in this dog. A lot of these conditions were not brought forward to the DHAN, so they didn't know that there was behavior that existed that they needed to work on. That is.
Is that Mark freezing or us?
I think it's Mark froze.
Mark. Question is it a done deal that it's a dangerous dog, Dottie, because of the unprovoked attack?
That's what the definition is saying. An unprovoked attack would be what you would label the legal term as a dangerous dog.
Okay, then I had other rationale and everything, but in terms of that one question, I don't know what it's really gaining us. I went through a lot of thought, and to me, the dog doesn't appear to be dangerous based on the evidence to humans. But I would say that I'm not so sure about the dog being dangerous to other dogs. So, but that's just.
But I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Kennefick, but I guess what we're not saying is like, well, the next time it might not be dangerous. It might not be dangerous to someone else. We're saying that the dog met the criteria in here. If a dog, if a dog without justification attacks a person or domestic animal causing physical injury of death, that meets the criteria.
So one of the things, I guess, we lost Mark, and I think Tom, I've kind of gotten that feeling from Tom too, that there might be some interest in a pretty expansive order where they require training and everything else. So if you go with the designation as a dangerous dog, you're kind of handcuffing yourself. You're not going to be able to order the fence to be constructed a certain way. You're not going to be able to order.
If we don't go with dangerous dog, you're saying? If
you order it, if you make a finding that the dog is a nuisance dog, and it, number 3 under the definition for nuisance, it does involve an attack on a domestic animal, but it's, of course they say, but the attack was not grossly disproportionate, not a grossly disproportionate reaction under the circumstances. You could rely on some of the testimony from Jenny Mather. I'm just kind of trying to read the room here because I think the board is looking to be able to be creative with some remedies here, and maybe I'm wrong.
You're wrong on my point. I'm not looking to be
Yeah.
creative. I'm trying to do something that's going to keep the neighborhood safe and
Yeah.
to keep Mr. Deere's dog safe and have his family feel not afraid, you know, to go down. They've already, it seems everybody has agreed that constructing the fence and putting some kind of I'm going to say muzzle, but maybe not muzzle. Maybe it's the halty, you know, whatever we decide to do for that type of a part. And then the only other choices on there, well, let's go through what the choices are. Hold on a second. That the dog be humanely restrained, provided that, that no order shall provide that a dog deemed dangerous be chained, tethered, or otherwise tied to an inanimate object, including but not limited to a tree post or building. That the dog be confined to the premises of the keeper of the dog, provided, however, that confined means securely confined indoors or confined outdoors in a securely enclosed and locked pen or dog run area upon the premises of the owner or keeper, provided further that such pen or dog run shall have a secure roof, and if the enclosure has no floor secured to the sides, that the sides will be embedded into the ground for not less than 2 feet, and provided further that within the confines of such pen or dog run, a dog house or proper shelter from the elements shall be provided to protect the dog. That when removed from the premises, the owner or the premises of the person keeping the dog shall be securely and humanely muzzled and restrained with a chain or other tethering device having a minimum tensile strength of 300 pounds and not exceeding 3 feet in length. Or D, that the owner or the keeper of the dog provide proof of insurance in an amount of not less than $100,000, insuring the owner or keeper against any claim, loss, damage, or injury to persons, domestic animals, or property resulting from the acts, whether intentional or unintentional, of the dog, or proof that reasonable efforts were made to obtain such insurance if a policy has not been issued, provided, however, that if a policy of insurance has been issued, the owner or the keeper shall produce such policy upon request of the hearing authority or a justice of the district court, and provided further that if a policy has not been issued, the owner or keeper shall produce efforts to obtain such insurance. Or, and these are all and, we can pick all of them or some of them, that the owner or keeper of the dog provide to the licensing authority or animal control officer or other entity identified in the order information by which a dog may be identified throughout its lifetime, including but not limited to photographs, videos, veterinary examination, tattooing, or microchip implants, or a combination of any such methods. And then that unless an owner or keeper of the dog provides evidence that a veterinarian is of the opinion the dog is unfit for alterations because of a medical condition, the owner or keeper of the dog shall cause the dog to be altered so that the dog shall not be reproductively intact. And then the last choice is that the dog be humanely euthanized. We all agree, I'm pretty sure that that's off the table, right?
Yes.
So the other choice is, you know, the pen.
If the dog is a nuisance dog, we could do all 7 articles under a dangerous dog and more. Is that a true statement, Attorney Kenneth?
Yes.
And if we do that and they don't do any of the things that we've asked for, like they decide they're not going to put up a pen, or they're not going to get the insurance, or they're not going to do those things, what recourse do we have?
Yeah, well, no matter what the designation is, even if it's nuisance or dangerous, your orders are enforceable under 157. There's actually a criminal provision. They can be charged criminally in district court. We've had a few cases where that's happened. The dogs also can be seized, and then they would have to petition for a return of the dogs, and then you can order or place even more conditions on the return of the dog. But it's a pretty substantial remedy provision in 157. You can go right in and seize the dog.
And that's if it's a nuisance or if it's a dangerous?
Yeah, either one. Yeah.
Connor?
So yeah, just Mike, just to make sure everyone on the board is crystal clear that I am as well. if the board makes a decision to deem the dog a nuisance, it still has the same authority to issue orders. It has a broader scope for the remedies of that orders, but its enforceability is the exact same in court. The town loses no capability to seek enforcement, whether it's dangerous or nuisance. The town would lose ability to enforce if there was some sort of handshake agreement on these things, absent a determination of nuisance or danger. Right?
Yeah.
So for example, under nuisance, I would consider requiring 2 collars be worn and 2 different leash systems be worn to keep the dog more securely constrained. And I don't, as I read the dangerous dog, that I can require that. It says that the tensile strength would have to be 300 pounds in one device. And
yeah,
I argue that it could.
Can I talk for a moment here? I got cut off earlier. It was my own fault. Internet's not great right now, but did you guys talk about, or have we talked about the idea of revisiting this in 6 months? And you know, I think the evidence, the testimony, the pictures, in my mind, I wrestle with, is this dog a danger? Like, just straight up, is it a danger? Is it a dangerous dog? You know, its actions were classified under a dangerous dog. That's undeniable. And all of these measures to be put in place are because of that incident, which, you know, that incident is a dangerous, something that a dangerous dog would be classified as. So the fact that we're doing all of this, to me, tells me there's danger with that dog. But and even everything that Ms. Mather was pointing out, this can all be fixed. This dog doesn't need to have that title, or if it does, you know, get that forever. These are conditions that were unbeknownst to the Dehans, and now that they're aware of, this can be remedied. But up until the point of remedy, up until, you know, Ms. Mather says, you know, or all these measures are taken, and there's now proof, like, this dog is not dangerous. I think, in my mind, I wrestle with, at that point, does the dog not become dangerous? But currently, there's danger, but that's not forever. That's not permanent. That's why I asked that question earlier, is, you know, can we do this and then reconvene in 6 months? I don't know how you can look at those pictures and say there's no danger there. That's my thought.
Well, I mean, you can suspend, and, you know, again, it's a lot of good faith. You suspend and, I guess, reconvene in 6 months and hope that they follow through with everything that they propose.
That's not actually what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting we make a ruling now to reconvene. It's like we make a ruling tonight, and it comes with parameters that they have to execute, and in 6 months we reconvene. No matter what we do tonight, I think we should reconvene in 6 months. Or a year.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt the board, but Attorney Kenneth, can you give us some guidance on whether or not Selectman Barger can participate in the deliberation after he had to leave the hearing? Just so we know. Craig, I'm not trying to blow up your spot, but you popped up on camera, and I want to make sure.
No, I understand. I wasn't planning on voting because I had missed an hour and a half of the meeting, and I apologize, but I had to do something else. So I'm just going to sit and listen, if that's okay.
I think we need to put you into the attendees, because we closed the hearing and you weren't there for the end of it. So you can still watch and see it, but we're going to have to put you back to the attendees. I would think so. Is that true, Attorney Kennefic? I don't want to have any technical challenges on this.
I mean, he can stay here just as long as he remains silent and doesn't engage in any of the deliberation at all, or either or. Just as long as he doesn't participate at all.
Mark, I hear where you're at. I guess I'd like to seek a permanent solution for Mr. Deere that gives him peace of mind that this is resolved in one way or the other. I think we're all probably aligned around some level of addressing him. And I feel like if we relied upon, for me personally, if I relied upon the Section 3 definition of nuisance dog, that does acknowledge that a livestock has been attacked, or an animal has been attacked, domestic animal, that clause gives me enough comfort that I would be able to label Jasper as a nuisance dog, and that I would seek stricter guidelines than would be afforded under the dangerous dog or additional restrictions. I too would not be advocating for euthanasia. I don't think I've heard that from any of either Mr. Deere or any of the folks that have said anything. But I believe that I can rely upon Section 3 as a nuisance dog and would anticipate enforcing some stricter requirements than would be afforded to me under the dangerous dog prescription of 7 particular items. And that would be a permanent item unless the board at some future point reconvened. I don't know if you can undo these things, but I would not be advocating for a reconvening. I would be looking for a permanent solution as set forth.
Chuck, what are your thoughts?
I would agree with the structure that Tom was proposing, and it goes back to what I was starting to say before, that in each of those 4 situations that I ran through my mind, the dog was a nuisance to the adults. In the more serious one, he was a danger to another animal. But even when, as was brought up by Attorney Cohen, even when the owner understandably kicked the dog as it was biting severely his own dog, the dog didn't respond to the human in an angry fashion. And in the other cases, he certainly rattled Mr. Calfels and also Ms. Fuller and the Ms. Welch and her child. But I don't feel, based on what I see, that it was really a danger to humans. And if there were any chance of me thinking that he was going to harm a child, then there's no way I would go anything less than a dangerous dog. But I don't see that.
I don't think he's a danger to humans either.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Well, whether he's a danger to humans or not, he was disproportionately aggressive to the dog.
That's the clause that I have to hang up on.
There's no way I can say that he was not disproportionately of a reaction.
Right.
I agree.
So that would take nuisance dog off the table.
If you say so.
Well, it's.
I know it's on there, but it's confusing language when you.
Well, so Dottie, to your point, I agree with you, but I don't think that behavior is permanent or forever. I think that behavior, to everybody's point, can be trained out, which is why, like, you know, I think there's, Tom, I want a permanent solution too, but I think this is going to take a couple.
Well, to me, I think your argument basically says that according to Section 3 of nuisance dog, that given the circumstances, it literally says under all the circumstances of which all of the testimony we talked about can apply, that it may not be grossly disproportionate. I mean, it literally states has threatened or attacked livestock, a domestic animal or a person, but such threat or attack was not grossly disproportionate reaction under all the circumstances. And so I respect, we may, some may think it is grossly disproportionate. That's what we would vote on, basically.
Right. But I'm curious why you don't think it's disproportionate.
I think that the dog may have had other circumstances and experiences in its life that may have predisposed to this particular circumstance, its reaction, and that if we give it the opportunity and the designation as a nuisance dog with, again, the latitude to be even more strict than the dangerous dog prescriptions, that it leads to a potentially even safer environment after the fact of our decision for all of those people involved, including Mr. Deere. And I guess To me, that's what I'm focused on, is trying to create the safest environment for that community and those people in it. And I can do, as we've probably all agreed, I can do 6 things, or under a dangerous dog, or under a nuisance dog, I could do 50 things.
We could, if we deemed it a dangerous dog and we picked the things off this list, we can still ask them to do more. We just can't order them to do more. So if they were so willing to take the dog and take it to, a place to be trained or to do the obedience, they could still do that. We could encourage them to do that. We could ask them to come back in 6 months and take another look at it. But anything can happen. I've been through a dangerous dog hearing before, and it did not go the way that we thought it was going to. And I feel like I think they are all wonderful people that are involved. I think that that they are very sympathetic, but they might in a couple of weeks say, you know what, this is getting really expensive, and I think the dog's doing great, so we're going to stop the training. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone involved. I'm trying to think of all the possible scenarios that could happen. And I don't want it coming back to us afterwards, that now the dog is back in the neighborhood. We have to just think of all the unintended consequences.
But I have a two-handled question. One is that I had asked you before, and you said I could get back into it here, which is that what does the classification of a dangerous dog versus a nuisance dog, what does that present to the community, specifically the community in that area? And secondly, if he is classified as a dangerous dog, after 6 months, if everyone's good, can he be downgraded to a nuisance dog instead?
Yeah.
I've never done, I don't know, I've done so many of these cases. I've had this proposed before. I think it would be beyond what the statute says. There's shot, I guess, and see if it stands up in court if they appeal. So I guess the proposal or the question would be to deem it dangerous, and then I guess dangerous for 6 months, subject to some sort of
yeah, that's what I've been asking.
Review.
What?
That's exactly what I've been asking.
Can
I can't promise that would be upheld by a court.
Right. Can I just make sure that was clear? Your mic cut out. What you were saying, Attorney Kennefic, and you represent many municipalities.
Yeah.
The question is, can the board do some sort of 2-layered determination, call it dangerous for 6 months, and then a nuisance after that? And I think I heard you, but your mic cut out. You have not seen that, and you have no reason to be confident that that would stand up in court if challenged.
I think it's beyond the language of the statute. You take a shot and see if the decision will be upheld or appeal. Maybe they won't appeal. I mean, one of the suggestions that they had was basically a temporary period where we can revisit the issue. And if they don't appeal after the 10 days, then the order stands. It's an enforceable order.
So if
that brings up, well, go ahead, Mark.
If a 1-year-old dog is deemed dangerous, he carries that title till the day he dies. Like, that's it. That's the scarlet letter that dog carries. I'm genuinely blown away that that cannot be lifted or changed. That's crazy. That makes no sense to me. I mean, because this is a perfect scenario where I fully believe that dog can be fixed, and if they do everything they say they're going to do, then this won't happen again. But until then, the dogs, in my belief, there's a danger.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he did say if we had the if we did that kind of probationary type decision that they wouldn't appeal. The statute, and I say this all the time, the entire animal control statutes and dog statutes, they're kind of poorly written. They just lead you to a lot of dead ends. And there's just a lot of questions that don't really have answers under the statute.
Wow.
Kind of one of those. You're kind of just given 2 courses or 3 courses, because you can say that the dog's neither dangerous or a nuisance. But if you want to get creative and maybe do a designation, like as Mark is suggesting that, okay, yes, this dog is dangerous right now, but we can revisit this in 6 months. We can do that. I can draft a decision. And it sounds like he wouldn't appeal it. And if they don't, then it's, it's an enforceable order, and we don't have to worry about any challenges.
Tom, you don't seem
I'd be
thrilled
willing
at
to do
all.
it. I'd be willing to do it.
I don't. I think I'd like to give Mr. Deere some certainty. I think.
How does this not give Mr. Deere some certainty?
I think it's within our power to set parameters that keep him even safer, designated as a nuisance dog, which I think fits, than as a dangerous dog.
Just so I'm understanding, you think it protects him more to label this dog a nuisance versus the more stringent one, danger, risk?
Dangerous says you have to pick one of 7 things.
No, it doesn't.
Or all 7. Like you can pick any of them, any combination. Am I wrong on that, Dottie?
No, that the order says that we could do an order with
dangerous
one or all of the
right.
The
So
dangerous. However, that's just saying what the order is, Tom. We can add additional criteria. It just means it's not part of the official order.
Right, but if it was nuisance, I could make it part of the official order. And I think you know me by now, Dottie. If I believe passionately in it, I want it to be part of the order. I don't want to wait and hope somebody doesn't appeal. I don't want to wait and hope somebody doesn't or does pay attention. I would rather say, I want that dog, if it's going to walk around, to have 2 collars on with 2 separate leashes. Not 1, 2. That's what I want to be able to say. And I want to be able to say many of the other pieces as well, that I'm happy to debate each of those. But to make a temporary decision now that we revisit in 6 months, I don't know. To me, the logic is, would I make a temporary decision then so that in a year after that, I reassess it? Because the dog's too. It's going to live hopefully many years, 12 to 15 years. And I guess I feel that I can put in place right now for Mr. Deere, his family, and that community, stricter rules under a nuisance designation than I could under a dangerous dog designation that leads to a safer environment for that community than I could afford under a dangerous dog designation. And if the word dangerous is so important versus nuisance, if there isn't a difference between that, if there is rather, I would love to know that, because I'm trying to affect the outcome as much as I am trying to understand and interpret appropriately the laws with which I have to use and decide.
If I can, so.
Hold on 1 second, Mark. Connor was trying to say something in the middle there, just trying to go in order.
Yeah, could Attorney Kennefic, can I please could you just, if it's possible, tell the board, I know you just said that the statute is unclear, but it seems like the board is in agreement on certain pieces, but to be clear, the statute, there's 2 choices the board needs to make. Is it a dangerous dog, a nuisance dog, or neither? That's one choice. And the second is, what do they order? Is that correct? So on that first piece that the board's working through, if the board determines that based on the hearing and the evidence they've seen, that the dog is a nuisance, the specifics of the orders are not as prescriptive by law. Is that accurate? And therefore they can make their order, they have more flexibility in the terms of the order they issue associated with a nuisance determination?
Yes, so
and I'm sorry if I could just finish the thought. And is the law prescriptive if you make a dangerous determination? Specifically, if the board says, yes, it is dangerous, must they pick from that list, or can they pick from a list and add to it and have it count with the weight of an order?
No, so if they issue the, if they deem the dog dangerous, the statute is very clear. It says it shall order one of the following 7 remedies.
Okay, thank you.
And then the provision about nuisance says it can fashion any remedies that the board sees fit. I'm not quoting it word for word, but that's what it says.
And what happens if they don't come, if they don't follow through with the order on the dangerous dog, what are the choices then? What would we do as a board? We're getting complaints from the neighbors that the dog's off leash. They come back to us. What do we do?
Well, in either, one, if you issue orders under a dangerous finding or a nuisance finding, there's criminal charges under, I think it's 157H. It's down near the bottom of the statute. And also the animal control can go and seize the dogs.
What can be done immediately? When you say criminal charges, then that's like a long process, right? Like we would have to go to court and it would be expensive and there would be a lot of back and forth, right?
Yeah, you'd file a criminal complaint, and then the district attorney's office would handle it. But usually, most DA's offices will actually have town council sit in as prosecutor in those cases. But you can also seize the dogs. It's one of the other provisions in the bottom of the statute. The animal control officer can go in and seize the dogs. I had one not too long ago, maybe about a year and a half ago, where we ended up having to go in and seize the dogs. We went into Superior Court and got a court order allowing us to do so.
What happens after you seize the dog? You put it in the MSPCA or wherever we use as our dog shelter, and then the dog owner has to pay to keep it there. And then what happens after that? It just stays there forever?
No, so they can petition to have the dogs back, petition to have the dog returned. You can issue additional conditions, or you can just give the dog back, which I doubt would happen because if they didn't act in good faith, why would you? But then if they abandon the dog, eventually you can put it up for adoption. But if it is deemed dangerous, it would be I don't know if you'd even be able to put it up for adoption.
You can't, because it says if it's deemed dangerous, it can't go to another town.
Yeah. No, a dog can be transported anywhere in Massachusetts. And the designation follows it to any town it goes to.
That just means you can't banish it, right?
Yeah, you can't banish it.
That used to be
You can't order.
the old days.
Yeah, the old days, it was like a carousel. They would just say, get the dog out of town and we're fine.
But to be clear, I think Dottie's making a really good point. Whether the board makes a determination of nuisance or dangerous, the town's abilities and tools to seek enforcement of non-compliance of any order are identical.
Identical. Yes.
So under dangerous, the maximum number of items I could prescribe is 7.
One or more.
Or it's all 7.
The language is one or more
Right.
of 7.
So the maximum.
So there's 7 you can pick from. Obviously, if you ever
Right.
pick euthanasia, the other one wouldn't apply because
Under nuisance, I could do those 7 and add as many more as I want.
What do you want to add that's not on there? I'm curious.
I've been giving the same example. I want to make sure that there's 2 collars and 2 forms of training.
I've genuinely never seen a dog with 2 collars on, even like a hostile dog, like a canine dog, I've never seen. In the thing, it says 300-pound tensile strength, which covers that, that concern that it seems that you're having. You have mentioned that a couple times, but I've never seen 2.
And right.
And so forever they're to walk their dog with 2 leashes?
Yep. One tied around his waist to the collar and one tied around his hand to the halty. And that's why I asked whether or not the martingale was compatible with the halty, and she responded immediately in the affirmative. And my dog walks with 2 collars.
Fair enough.
But I guess
I'm generally not trying to be so I've never seen that, and the 300-pound thing is a lot. I look at 7 and I say there's 7 things in there we could pick from, but I understand.
Yep. And the other aspect is it's a 3-foot. I would recommend, based upon the experts, that it should be longer, and I would go with 6 foot. The pounds, I'm with 300, 500. I'm not worried about the pounds.
But also for what it's worth, if we do what I was thinking, in 6 months we can revisit it.
which is an option. I mean, I would put an order together and,
This doesn't require.
fashion it and say, listen, it was, you know, the dog has been deemed dangerous, but we received assurances from the owner that the dog is going to undergo training, or actually is already undergoing training. And then put a provision in there or something that if they continue to follow through with all these other remedial measures, other than what's, you know, in the statute, that we can revisit this in 6 months.
Attorney Kennefick, just because I'll be selfish here, I'm the person who will be administering this.
Yeah.
And Mark, so we're talking about a 6-month period of time during which it's deemed one thing, and then there's a check-in hearing. I mean, Michael, what is the grounds for doing that? Does the town not have the authority to review compliance through the animal control officer, the police department, and the building inspector if there's to be a fence order like that? Why would there need to be a hearing in 6 months?
Well, I think what Mark was looking at is someday giving the board an option to remove the label of dangerous.
Yeah,
at some point in the future in 6 months.
Right.
But I don't think that, I don't know why, what's the benefit of that?
What's the benefit of that is the dog is not dangerous anymore.
Would you not call it a nuisance?
Well, if I could finish. So the dog is not dangerous anymore because that has been trained out of him. And there's been proof that it's not dangerous anymore. And I don't think it's fair to a family to have to pay a premium on homeowners insurance if their dog is not a danger anymore.
But once it's been classified, Mark, sorry, and
that's what I'm trying to get out of.
Yeah, but that's where I'm going with it. So 2 things. One, just had to get new insurance. MAPFRE doesn't ask whether or not your dog is dangerous. It asks you the explicit question: has your dog bitten another animal or a person? Yes or no? So I agree with Attorney Cohen that I'm sure.
So it won't be a homeowner insurance issue.
Unless he has a renewal in less than 6 months and they happen to send him
right.
out one. I guess my point is that, and I'll go further. As you know, I won't be here in 6 months, and therefore that would be somebody else's decision. But I would look forward to giving Mr. Deere a permanent solution that he can feel comfortable in that community, that he doesn't have to look over his shoulder, that something might get changed and overturned in the future.
But in the 6-month period of time, the fence has to go up, or this has to occur. Like this is the trial. This is the period of time where, and I don't think that if after 6 months we reconvene and the dog is not dangerous anymore, they're going to turn around and rip down the fence.
Right, but in 6 months and 1 day, when that dog walks without a leash because you can't require it and mandate it, and it attacks another dog, what's going to happen then? How is Mr. Deere going to feel then?
In 6 months, we move it to a nuisance and do exactly what you're suggesting.
But I guess that's my point. If in 6 months you move it to a nuisance and it would prescribe the exact same type of treatment or even more stringent, why wouldn't you just start there now?
Why? Because I look at the testimony and I look at what happened and I say that dog is a danger. How can I look at those pictures and say there's not danger? I wouldn't.
Okay.
I've seen plenty of testimony where it's very supportive of the dog. I've heard the other side, and I could believe all of it or none of it. But if I look at the picture, I say, whoa, that happened. Danger.
I understand. And that's okay. When we vote, under your thoughts, and this is okay, you're going to vote dangerous. I'm going to vote nuisance. And you're going to be prescribing one. We will then be prescribing, if people decide to vote dangerous, one of or up to 7 treatments. And that's the way it will go. And I'll pick the best ones of those that I think keep Mr. Deere in that community safest. I would have preferred, if it was nuisance, to have been able to do more. And so if the end game is that we're looking for safety and for that community, and again, if the preceding vote is nuisance, we can do more than the 7 and still
be able to hold accountability, not hope we don't appeal. I appreciate Attorney Kenneth, what you're saying and giving us the options, but I can be definitive in what I'd like to, we can be more definitive and have larger purview under a nuisance dog designation than we can under a dangerous dog designation. And under a nuisance dog designation, the Deans do not have to have a dangerous dog designation for their insurance company. So Mr. Deere and his family are safer in my mind. They have permanency in my mind. The community is safer, and it tries to pay homage to what the Deans are trying to accomplish by addressing their dog and as engaging as they have been. I feel like that satisfies the desired outcome from all of the parties that are involved and does more than the dangerous dog designation may allow us to do. I guess that's where I'm at. Everybody gets better and feel, to me, gets what they were seeking when they entered into this in their commentary. And we get to make sure it's mandated and enforceable by law. But I'll rest. I feel like I'm making the same points, and that's okay. I appreciate you all listening. I just obviously hope to that's what we do. We debate to try to convince.
Yep.
It's a difficult, this one in particular is difficult, and I don't want to get off point. I know it's getting late, but most of these cases, I see the dog owners come in, they're just obstinate and unapologetic. And this,
it's a difficult
people are really making efforts to
right.
fix what happened.
Yes, if there was difficulty in, like, I mean, the Deans were so responsible about, you know, what they're doing. It's like, yeah, it is difficult.
I feel like it doesn't meet the criteria for nuisance dog. I really wouldn't feel comfortable with that. And I'm really thinking about, you know, when this happens again, if I give flexibility on what I think nuisance is, to me, it's black and white. Then the next time this happens with somebody else, I don't want to have to feel like I've got to give flexibility to something. I feel like the dog was a horrible situation. It was horrible for those kids that watched. It's scary for the neighbors. And, you know, I understand where you're coming from, Tom, and I agree with you in a lot of ways, but I'm really hung up on that definition. And I just really don't feel like it meets the definition of a nuisance dog. I think it was really grossly disproportionate. And so I'm stuck on dangerous dog. So Chuck, what are your thoughts?
If we can classify it as a nuisance dog and it gives more flexibility, I'm an admirer of both Tom and Mark, and that's a great pleasant argument that you had. I'm leaning toward what Tom was saying, both in terms of the nuisance designation allowing more flexibility. It doesn't mean to me that we have to be kinder in the regulations we prescribe toward the offending dog, but it gives more flexibility. I've heard that more than once. I heard it from Attorney Cohen, and I know he's by nature of the profession, he's probably got a bias, but I believe when he said it, you have more flexibility. I think I might have heard it from Attorney Kennefick as well, that you have more flexibility, and Connor referred to that. So I think it does allow for more flexibility. I cannot condone at all what the gravity of the attack on the dog that got severely injured. But I don't see in any of the 4 instances that the dog presented a danger, I would say almost at all, to humans, kids especially, and then adults too. I didn't find that was, it didn't sit with me that he does present a danger to children, God forbid, or adults, humans. Maybe with dogs still, but that's what we're dealing with. So I'm inclined to go with the nuisance designation, and I don't think, in regard to the other question, I don't think that 6 months really gives us a solution. It's a lifelong thing. That's it.
I think if we do a nuisance dog determination and then this fails, down the road, I think it's a problem for us that we didn't designate it dangerous in the beginning. That's, if we take a consensus, I definitely am not going to be changing my mind from dangerous to nuisance. It's a hard no for me on that. I don't know if you feel the same way, Mark, but we can't have a tie because then.
Well, I guess that is the difficulty with me, is because currently, by the defined criteria of nuisance or dangerous, for me, he clearly falls under the category of dangerous for what occurred. Regardless of conditions, that did occur. But I don't believe he'll be a danger forever. And I'm also hearing from.
I agree with that.
But I'm hearing from council that we can revisit this and he doesn't have to be labeled a danger forever.
Except council has said it's never been done that way in all of it.
Well, I know, but.
Right. Attorney Kenneth, how many cases roughly would you estimate that you've done or represented? I'm assuming you didn't start this last week.
No, I do.
Okay, so even if that's the
most of the dog cases for the firm, so there's a lot of them.
Right.
Even at that, even if that were the case, then I have to stick with dangerous dog because it still did occur and it still met the criteria. I just don't want it to stay there forever. And I would like it to be tried. I'd like it, give it a shot, see if it happens. But what happens if we have a split vote here? 2-2, what do we do?
Let's talk about it a little bit more. Dot, is this, and Connor for that matter,
We're gonna have to get a charge.
If we labeled him a danger and then something happens, is that an additional liability concern for us?
I'll defer to Attorney Kenneth.
If you don't label it as
question, I would ask Attorney Kenneth to answer Mark Lamb's question, just to be clear for the board's sake, that if there are 4 people voting and it's a 2 decision, then the vote does not pass, correct?
Yeah.
So if you have 2 people say dangerous and 2 say nuisance and it fails and you try another vote and you keep saying it, it's just going to stay for a long time, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again, Connor? Or just
a 2-2 vote fails and you cannot make a decision. So
we can't have an impasse here. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it's not an up or down vote.
Technically can.
Well, I'm saying, can we, so there's no way to table this and bring Craig in or anything like that?
No, he missed over an hour's worth of the meeting.
We couldn't have another hearing aspect.
We voted to close the hearing.
Hearing's closed.
So this is like one of those, what do they call with it? The Senate convenes to like all hours of the night and see who breaks first. Honestly, that's what it's really coming down to.
Attorney Kenneth Flick, I apologize. I will try to figure out ways for us to get back together and come up with a resolution. To Dottie's point that she tried to raise and articulate earlier, if we label the dog a nuisance or dangerous and something happens down the road, does that create additional liability for the town? Is there a different status that creates? Or under nuisance and dangerous, it's what we prescribe that's important for our purposes?
No, neither would really expose the town to any liability at all. You're a public board, this is a discretionary function. Somebody could try, but they wouldn't be successful in trying to sue the town for a dog attack in the future. Based
so
on
let me say something different, Ray, than Dottie. If we do a dangerous dog and we have to pick from the 7 things, but we thought we wanted to do 12 things that would have kept it safer, and something bad happens because we could only pick from those 7 things, how do we feel then?
I don't think that something's going to happen worse from the choices of the 7 things.
So what if in my example, it's 1 leash, it happens to be that leash gets broken, the dog gets loose and goes and bites on the dog again. But under my scenario where there are 2 leashes required, that dog wouldn't have broken through 2.
Because that leash has a muzzle on it. And so if it breaks loose with the leash, if it's gonna have a muzzle, it won't be able to bite anyone.
Right.
You put a muzzle, it could jump and pounce on a 20-pound dog and break its back. Guys, I'm just trying to make arguments.
No, no, I hear
You
you,
could do
Tom.
that with
I
the
do.
leash that you're proposing too, Tom.
Yeah,
I hear you, but I don't see that as realistically occurring. But I hear you. But I think the reason why dangerous dog, those 7 things that exist there, is because they combined, they are so stringent that it prevents literally almost anything from occurring.
So,
yeah, I'm sorry, just Attorney Kenneth, for board's clarification, the board could make a nuisance determination and then order a muzzle and 2 leashes, could they not?
Yes.
I just don't think it's necessary to have multiple leashes. I think a 300-pound tensile strength leash plus a muzzle is a measure that's enough. And then beyond that, again, I keep going back to it, and I will all night. In 6 months, we could reconvene. I know it's never been done, but hey, just because it's never been done doesn't mean it never will be done.
So, Attorney Kennefic, what are the appeals process to this? If we come up with a vote and it gets appealed, what are the options on that?
They have 10 days to appeal, and then we scheduled for a magistrate's hearing, which is a small trial. And basically, we would do this all over again in district court before the magistrate. And then if there's an adverse, either party aggrieved can ask for a bench trial in the district court. So you'd be in front of a judge there. After that, there's further appeal under 249, Section 4 to the Superior Court. And after that, you can go to the appeals court. These things can take years and years to reach resolution somehow.
So if we deemed it a dangerous dog, they could always appeal it and they could try to get it a nuisance dog with other options, right?
Yeah, so once you reach the district court bench trial, a judge can, he hears the matter de novo, and he can issue his own order, own finding, his own orders.
what happens to the dog while it's being appealed? What is its mandates?
There really wouldn't be anything in effect because they would actually, I was like, technically they would have to go into the court for relief. On appeal, they would still have to honor the order. So they'd have to get a court order saying that they actually have to follow the remedies issued by this board.
How does it usually play out in your experience when somebody appeals? And where I'm going with this is if the appeal likelihood is great under dangerous versus the appeal likelihood under a nuisance, and that creates the opportunity for an appeal, and that in that appeal process, they apply for relief and we can't hold them accountable while we go through the appeal process. I'm trying to understand how likely that is.
Well, the standard on appeal, I believe it's, I can't quote it off the top of my head, but it's basically the judge has to find that you acted unreasonably or arbitrarily and capriciously. So the standard favors the board, but nevertheless, I mean, it's still a de novo hearing. You'd all be in court testifying. Well, the parties would be all in court testifying, not members of the board. But basically, you run through the whole process again. This time, just in front of the district court judge.
I guess what I'm saying is, though, during that process, would the DNs be more likely to have more freedom because they don't have to listen to our rule because they've applied for relief? That's where I'm going with it.
Well, an administrative order like this, they would have to follow it, but they can go into court, right off the bat and ask for an order, file a motion, ask for an order from the judge saying that they don't have to honor or follow this board's order. Generally, it's very difficult to from my experience, very difficult to enforce any of these things while these appeals are pending.
That's unfortunate. Right? If we're focused on safety for the people and they do appeal, it sounds like it's difficult to enforce what we've instituted for rules during the appeal process.
And we'd have to go on the good faith that the dog owners really do care and do want to keep the neighborhood safe. They've already said that they were planning to put up a fence. I would want to put some timeframes around that and the kind of fence that's described in the dangerous dog section.
Yeah, I just don't think Mr. Deere wants the good faith right now. I think he, his family, and that community want assurance around safety. Do you folks want to talk to Mr. King? Dottie, like you, I'm firm. I'm in the nuisance dog with stricter requirements. I think that has the most likelihood of ensuring the maximum amount of safety for that community. So,
well, I'm not going to change because I'm concerned about what this what this does for any time a hearing comes up. I think it gives, if we start looking at gray areas, to me, it's loopholes, and I can't change the definitions, and by the definitions, I don't think it meets the nuisance dog. So we've got one nuisance and one dangerous. Do you have an inclination to change your mind, Chuck?
Could we repeat those 7 items again, please? The last one is euthanasia. I know that one.
We'll leave that one off.
Right.
It says that the dog be humanely restrained, provided, however, that no order shall provide the dog deemed dangerous to be chained, tethered, or otherwise tied to an inanimate object, but not limited to a tree post or building. So it would have to be humanely restrained, but not tied to something. That the dog be confined to the premises of the keeper of the dog, provided, however, that confined shall mean securely confined indoors or confined outdoors in a securely enclosed and locked pen or dog run area upon the premises of the owner or keeper, provided further that no such pen or dog run shall have a secure roof, and if such enclosure has no floor secured to the sides thereof, the sides shall be embedded into the ground for not less than 2 feet, and provided further that within the confines of such pen or dog run, a dog house or proper shelter from the elements shall be provided to protect the dog. So a fence with shelter for the dog, that when removed from the premises of the owner or the premises of the person keeping the dog shall be securely and humanely muzzled and restrained with a chain or other tethering device having a minimum tensile strength of 300 pounds and not exceeding 3 feet in length. That the owner or the keeper of the dog provide proof of insurance in an amount not less than $100,000, insuring the owner or keeper against any claim, loss, damage, or injury to persons, domestic animals, or property resulting from the acts, whether intentional or unintentional, of the dog, or proof that reasonable efforts were made to obtain such insurance if a policy has not been issued, provided, however, that if a policy of insurance has been issued, the owner or keeper shall produce such policy upon request of the hearing authority or a justice of the district court, and provided further that if a policy has not been issued, the owner or the keeper shall produce proof of efforts to obtain such insurance. Next one is that the owner or the keeper of the dog provide to the licensing authority or animal control officer or other entity identified in the order information by which a dog may be identified through its lifetime, including but not limited to photographs, videos, veterinary examination, tattooing, or microchip implantations, or a combination of any such methods of identification. And then next, that unless an owner or keeper of the dog provides evidence that a veterinarian is of the opinion that the dog is unfit for alterations, and I take that means neutering, because of a medical condition, the owner or the keeper of the dog shall cause the dog to be altered so that the dog shall not be reproductively intact.
Okay, so just looking at number 3 for a minute, the way of muzzling and restraining the dog, does this, if we say dangerous, then is this the only option here, or can we substitute Tom's suggestion of using the two methods of restraining the dog?
You must follow those 7 items. The
I'm not
wording
thrilled.
of those 7.
I'm not thrilled with that.
Can we add that, Michael, or?
Not in, I think we've asked them this.
I'd like to ask him again.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, if it's dangerous, you can only pick those 7. Well, the 7th is euthanasia, so you really can, out of the first 6.
Okay, so if I didn't get an answer, I didn't think, if the dog is dangerous, is there ever a chance to become at least, what's the lesser one?
A nuisance.
A nuisance.
We could get creative, and I could, we could have a 6-month review, and then you could, I guess, find the dog to be not dangerous any longer, based on the passage of, passage of time and all the training and stuff that this dog appears to be undergoing.
Dottie, would you be amenable to that, to reconvene in 6 months?
Yeah, if that's something that we can legally do, I would certainly do that.
And I also want to, for me personally, number 3, the leash with the 300-pound tensile strength and the muzzle, I think, and this is just where we differ in opinion, Tom and I think that covers his concern with the 2 leashes.
You can't have 2 leash requirement.
I know. I think this covers the 2 leash requirement.
Okay.
I think this is like a belt and suspenders type of solution. You have a muzzle and you have a 300 tensile strength leash. But that's only when it's outside its gated area.
Right.
And this we can attempt to, reconvene in 6 months and degrade it to or downgrade it to a nuisance. I think I would love, I know we can't ask now, but I would love, I would think that with everything I heard, that would meet Mr. Deere's concerns. I don't think his concern is, and again, I'm making assumptions, but I don't think his concern is, hey, I want 2 leashes on that dog. A muzzle and a 300-pound tensile strength leash isn't enough. He never said that, and I am assuming, but I just think it's a realistic assumption. And I don't want to talk
7 things that don't
by the way.
Cleaning, Mark. Does that bother you?
Say that again, Tom?
I don't see in the 7 items requiring training.
That does bother me.
Well, if they wanted to get the dog, declassified, they would do the training because they want to do the training,
I hear you, Dottie. I understand your arguments you're making. You're saying, look, if they're going to be nice people and follow along. And I guess the point is that to the original argument we had when Mark said, could we just continue it for 6 months and not make a decision, when that was just an idea, not saying it's his current idea. And we were like, well, no, we really want to be able to hold them accountable. So I hear you.
I don't remember Mark saying to punt it for 6 months and not make a decision.
No.
I apologize. I thought it was him, but somebody at some point said for 6 months, and it was somebody I thought in addition to attorney.
Well, just to be clear, I do not want to punt this for 6 months with no decision.
Agreed. I apologize. I used it as an example of early on in the conversation. But at that point, the counterpoint was made that no, we want to be able to enforce some rules now. So
right.
I get that. I understand what you're trying to say, which is, hey, we can get most of it and then they'll just be nice people and do it. I'm not.
But if they don't do it, then they won't be downgraded to nuisance. Like there's a massive impetus for them to do it.
6 months and do something that's never happened. And then at that point, let it be applicable. And I'm still not sure what changed. What changed?
Well say again?
What called it dangerous versus nuisance? I understand.
the definition of, for me, again, and I think that's just where we differ. I see, I look at the scenario and I can't sit back and say this dog is not a danger.
That's okay. I think you should make a motion then. Or somebody
But
should.
but we have an impasse right now.
Chuck, you have a question?
I do have a question, and I'll ask you specifically right now, because I asked the question before and I'll ask you now. In the scenario where whatever the dog is labeled, the dog goes out and mauls somebody a month from now, do we have a greater insurance liability if that dog is labeled only nuisance?
I think Attorney Kennefick, you answered that there's no liability on the town that's different one way or the other. Did I understand that right?
There would be no difference. It doesn't matter what you designate the dog. But on top of that, they wouldn't really have any claim against the town anyway. This is a discretionary vote. You're protected under the law. I mean, people can sue anybody for anything. I mean, you can go into any courthouse and file a lawsuit.
I did answer it before. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks for answering it again.
If the dog's required to wear a muzzle, it's not going to bite anyone.
And under either a nuisance or dangerous dog designation, the dog could be required to wear a muzzle.
Yeah,
and
but I'm saying
dangerous designation, if we don't all approve it, the dog doesn't have to wear a muzzle. Sure we would, but right, like the muzzle part can happen in both situations.
Right.
Sorry. I'm in favor of designating as a dangerous dog and with at least category 3 being applied.
Well, first do we vote on whether it's a dangerous or a nuisance, and then after we vote on that, we pick what the conditions are of it. So if you want to make a motion to deem the dog a dangerous dog,
I'm making that motion.
do I have a second?
Second.
So that's King made the motion and Lamb second. The roll call vote starting with you, Tom.
No. Broussard.
Broussard, no.
King, yes.
King, yes.
Lamb, yes.
Lamb, yes, and Full Janetti, yes.
I have to say, I really want to reconvene in 6 months. I want to try to make this right.
Well, if it's not right now, I think you shouldn't have taken the vote, but that's my opinion.
Well, if it's not right now, I looked at the facts and I looked at the situation and I saw danger.
Fair enough. You should feel confident that you did the right thing.
Yep, and I'm willing to try something new.
Yep, I hope you can raise it as a point of
All
topic.
right, Connor, you had a comment?
I was just going to request, given the late hour, that Attorney Kennefick provide some guidance on the last step here, which is for the board to make a determination, now that there's been a dangerousness determination, what your options are and how that, Dottie, you've read now twice what your menu of options are. But Attorney Kennefick, am I correct? The board basically needs to pick one or multiple of those, and they would vote to issue that as an order to be reduced to writing by you, that I could then sign on the board's behalf to be issued.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So yeah, you pick one or all 6 of those options at this point.
Okay, so the first one is that the dog be humanely restrained, but no order shall provide that the dog be chained, tethered, or tied to an inanimate object. I don't know that I really even understand what that means, that because if we vote to have them put it in a pen and that the dog has to be on a leash, what's the difference of what that first one means?
It would be perfectly blunt. I've never had board order number 1.
Okay.
It's exactly what you just said. It doesn't really make much sense when you look at all the other options.
Can we agree to ignore number 1 or letter A in here? Mark?
Yes.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm just looking for the motions of what we do want to include. Yep.
Okay, so the next one is that the dog be confined. It's essentially that it's in a locked pen, and that the sides be embedded into the ground for not less than 2 feet, and that there be a dog house or a proper shelter from the elements provided for the dog in that pen.
Mine reads a little differently, Dottie. Mine reads the pen shall have a secured roof.
And if the pen has no floor secured to its sides, the sides must be embedded into the ground not less than 2 feet into the ground. That the pen shall also contain a doghouse or other shelter from the elements, and the pen is inspected and approved by the ACO and building inspector. I would ask that we have clarification as to the literal reading if we're going to hold these people accountable to it.
Sure. Well, I've read it like 3 times, so
Yep.
I'll read it again.
No, I think
And we
You
all
read
have it
something
in.
different than what I read, so
No.
that's what I'm pointing out.
I know, I was
If I read,
I was just pulling out some of the highlights, but I'll read it again. Everybody has B in front of them. That the dog be confined to the premises of the keeper of the dog, provided however that confined shall mean securely confined indoors or confined outdoors in a securely enclosed and locked pen or dog run area upon the premises of the owner or keeper, provided further that such pen or dog run shall have a secure roof, and if such enclosure has no floor secured to the sides thereof, the sides shall be embedded into the ground for not less than 2 feet, and provided further that within the confines of such pen or dog run, a dog house or proper shelter from the elements shall be provided to protect the dog.
And again, mine just has wording that says the pen has to be inspected and approved by the ACO and the building inspector.
I don't have that on the copy that I'm looking at.
Neither do I. But
And
can I?
that's why I raised it. I wasn't trying to be difficult.
So Tom is looking at the notes that I administratively drafted. Again, I'd ask Attorney Kenneth, can you be the kind of decider here and just point to, I think,
maybe I should look at something.
We can take the version of Tom's that say that the pen has to be inspected.
I don't think you can. I think it has to be by the law, right? So that's all I'm asking. I just thought I had a different law written, Connor. I didn't appreciate it was notes. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to make sure we read the law.
No, I agree with you. I'm trying to make sure, because this will be reduced to an order, that Attorney Kenneth be specific for the board that do the conditions, Attorney Kenneth, need to be word for word and by the letter directly out of the definition, section 157.
Yeah, so I think what Tom's reading is my notes, and I just, I kind of reword it a little, just for hearing purposes, because it just sounds a little easier and more plain language. So I think that's what he's looking at now.
Yep, I apologize. I will no longer read the notes, and I will read section 157 of chapter 140 from the website. So Dottie, I wasn't trying to be difficult. I just happened to have different language in front of me.
Yeah,
we always include that the pen is to be inspected and approved by the ACO and building inspector. Otherwise, they can haphazardly just throw something up and say, hey, listen, compliance.
So Attorney Kenneth, be clear, the notes that you prepared that I included that Tom is reading are appropriate because they're not materially different from the law.
No, there's nothing different. It just rolls off the tongue a little better.
So Tom's notes that we prepared administratively are appropriate to be in an order.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
They mirror the statute. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I got it.
It's just not so legally.
You can't mandate the pen.
Easy to understand.
We can't mandate the pen be inspected and approved by the ACO and building inspector according to chapter 140, section 157. That's governed by, I'd assume, rules and buildings.
I'm sorry, you broke up.
Sorry. For our purposes, and I'm so not trying to be difficult, I just want to understand. So we can't tack anything on to chapter 140, section 157, right? Like I can't require that the pen be inspected by an ACO and a building inspector unless that's required under other aspects of the law.
I think building a pen like that is required to be inspected by the building inspector anyway, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I think because it's such a substantial structure. So yeah, so we always add that to our order saying that it has to be inspected. Just so that the owner is clear, just doesn't call out of the blue too.
Would this suffice as their fenced in back area that they were seeking to already do, and put a doghouse in the backyard within a fenced in area? I mean, that's a pen.
They have to add the cover and they have to countersink it by 2 feet.
they have to add the cover over the entire fenced-in area or within a section of the fenced-in area, i.e. a doghouse in the backyard.
The pen shall have a secure roof.
So the pen wouldn't be the whole size of the backyard. It would be the size of a pen.
Yeah, so you fence in the backyard and you make an area with a roof.
Right.
I guess it is gray. It doesn't say cover the entire backyard. I mean, that's just insane. But if they fence in their backyard and they create an area that has a roof part of it, i.e. a doghouse, that I would think. I know it doesn't specifically say that, but I can't imagine.
It has to have a doghouse and shelter, and it looks like it
Yeah.
has to have a roof.
Yeah, so in the shelter part of the pen, there's a roof. So it's a fenced-in backyard with a doghouse.
And the fence is countersunk 2 feet. If it doesn't.
It's an enclosed and locked pen. So
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Either way, I apologize. I was just trying to make sure I wasn't reading the wrong thing. But I think we're all gonna vote for the fact that they have to have a pen in the backyard to keep the dog in. Is that a fair? Do we make a motion on all of them or do we do them one at a time?
One at a time.
Oh, no, you can.
Well, we're gonna come to a consensus on them and then we'll vote it all at the end, but we should go through them
Right.
individually.
So right now, we all agree on 2. Number 2, we all agree on. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. The next one is about the muzzle. When removed from the premises, the owner or the person keeping the dog shall be securely and humanely muzzled and restrained with a chain or other tethering device having a minimum tensile strength of 300 pounds and not exceeding 3 feet in length.
No real way around this one.
I agree on this.
Yep.
Tom, did you say yes? I didn't look.
Yes.
Chuck?
Yes for me.
I said yes.
All right. And the next one is the insurance, that the dog owner have proof of insurance in an amount not less than $100,000, insuring the owner or keeper against any claim, loss, damage, or injury to persons, domestic animals, or property resulting from the acts, whether intentional or unintentional, of the dog, or proof that reasonable efforts were made to obtain such insurance if a policy has not been issued, provided, however, that if a policy of insurance has been issued, the owner or keeper shall produce such policy upon request of the hearing authority or a justice of the district court, and provided further that if a policy has not been issued, the owner or the keeper shall produce proof of efforts to obtain such insurance.
I don't believe this is necessary.
Some of these just make me think, give me a break. I agree with Mark on that.
Tom?
I'm thinking and reading.
If this dog needs more surgery and there's no relief from them through the business, and they come after them and they don't have enough insurance.
So the dog has been identified as dangerous, your collective audience. Next week, the dog attacks an animal or a person, causing serious injury. We're saying it's okay that they don't have insurance if we say no to it.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh.
I think 4 says you have to have the insurance in case something like that happens.
I think the measures that we will take as we go through this will make that not occur.
It might make it for the future, Mark, but what about the current situation with the dog that it's already injured? There's been no determination on who's paying for those vet bills, or if that dog's going to require additional surgery. There's an unknown cost of what that's going to be, that if there's no insurance requirement, how are they going to recover that?
Good point.
I understand you.
You know, I hate to say it, but we're managing to the less likelihood that an incident happens, right? You know, a kid goes to the door because the UPS guy presses the doorbell because there's a gift that's coming, opens the door, dog gets out, attack happens. And this is part of why I feel constrained by this process. because regrettably, I feel like our recourse is to require this. I feel regrettably that because of our choice of action, it may be difficult for the DHANs to obtain this. And I think it doesn't result in a good outcome should these events come to pass, which would be regrettable all the way around.
I guess here's my problem is I think I'm right and I think you're also right.
I've felt that this whole discussion. And I'd say that with the most respect for all of us.
Yeah.
Well, I would want the insurance.
And I hate to say it, I think you have to have it. And unfortunately, we've created a set of circumstances by our decisions tonight that I'm not sure that this can be created. Or
I would have required the insurance in any case, even
but
if.
I agree, but as a nuisance dog, they don't have to report it. And therefore they have a likelihood to be able to get the insurance that we want them to have to protect the other people.
That feels like, well, whatever. I am in support of the insurance. Are you in support of it, Tom?
Well, wait, I would prefer to think about this one.
Mark?
Can we circle back to that one? I want to see if there's other, if as we go through this, there's other things that will alleviate that concern of mine.
Okay, the next one is that the owner of the dog provide to the licensing authority or animal control officer or other entity identified in the order information by which a dog may be identified throughout its lifetime, including but not limited to photographs, video, veterinary examination, tattooing, or microchip implementations, or a combination of such methods or of identification. When we had a dog hearing before, I had wanted this to be required because my thought is that if there was another issue that happened in the neighborhood and there was another dog that looked like this one, there'd be a way to prove whose dog it was. In defense of if it wasn't this dog, it would be a way to show that this dog didn't do it, you know, so.
It's just proof of identification for the dog.
Yeah, I don't have strong feelings on this one way or the other.
I don't think it's as heavy-handed.
No, I'm okay with it.
So we are going to add this?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. And the next one is that unless an owner or keeper of the dog provides evidence that a veterinarian is of the opinion that the dog is unfit for alterations because of a medical condition, the owner or the keeper of the dog shall cause the dog to be altered so that the dog should not be reproductively intact. So,
do we know if the dog has already been?
I wish we asked that.
I know.
We have medical records, or I'll look if you guys want to chat.
So this would require us to neuter the dog, right, Michael?
Yeah.
Or not for us to neuter the dog, for us to require that the dog is neutered.
Mm-hmm.
I would say yes to that.
Well, Ranger's been neutered. I'm just looking to see if the dog's already been neutered.
Yeah, I mean, we rely heavily on a veterinarian's opinion in this. I mean, they're experts above us.
So Jordan, the animal control officer, just said that Jasper is neutered, so we don't have to do that one then, so.
Okay.
Okay, so the only other one is about the insurance.
Look, so here's where I fall. I think that if a regrettable circumstance happens, that Jasper does get out in some unforeseen way, like I just laid out, and he regrettably bites somebody else, and that person can't seek recourse via insurance, it would be unfortunate. And the problem that I have is that because of the dangerous classification, I believe it is more likely than not that the DNs will not be able to get insurance to cover Jasper. So yes, we can ask them to require it, but the reality is that our actions have set forth a process that they will most likely not be able to get it. And
when we had a dangerous dog hearing before and we required this, the dog owners were able to get the insurance. if that makes you feel more comforted.
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm trying to get. Do you know who that dangerous dog hearing was and who that insurance company was
I don't,
and when that happened?
not off the top of my head. I don't know the insurance company, but
Okay,
It was in 2017. Sorry.
thank you, Mike.
I don't know somebody else in the office had checked in on the insurance issue, but I don't remember the insurance company.
I think regrettably, we have to require it, so I would vote for it.
Mark?
Can I ask what you and Chuck think?
I think that we should have I support the insurance, having the insurance. I don't think to me, there's really no choice on it.
I agree, I support it.
Can I ask a question, Attorney Kenneth? Like, if I read section 4, I believe it states that they have to provide that they tried to get it. Is that a fair interpretation? So in other words, they may not get it, but as long as they tried, they've satisfied the requirements?
Yeah, there's that little carve out there in the statute where they probably anticipated that it's probably difficult to get the insurance when they drafted the statute.
So wait, they only need to produce an effort if they're not.
Yeah, if you look at the provision.
Yeah, no, I just reread it again, and now that we're talking about it specifically, like down to that, sentence by sentence analysis. So if they can't get it, they just need to provide proof that they tried to get it. That's how it reads.
That's what I'm reading it.
Yes.
Yeah, in section 4, yes.
Okay, then I support it.
Okay, so we have, of the choices, we have B, C, D, and E.
Well, I'm looking at 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, those are the same.
We're not doing the second one, we're not doing the ultimate one, 7th one.
To be clear, you are not doing the first or the 6th or the 7th. So you're not asking for a generalized humane restraint. You are not asking for neutering, as that's irrelevant, and you are not asking for it to be euthanized. You are asking for everything else. Is that a accurate understanding?
Yeah.
Okay. So would someone like to make the motion? I'll move that we, Attorney Kennefic create the order. That includes, I'm just going to give it shorthand here, the pen, the muzzle, the insurance, and the identification.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
So that's full Janetti and King, and I'll go through the roll call vote. Tom?
Broussard, yes.
King, yes.
Lamb, yes.
Full Janetti, yes.
At what point can we read into this that we're going to reconvene in 6 months? It's really important to me.
That was not part of the order.
Well,
Attorney Kennefic wants to correct me.
If you want to make a second motion concerning the orders, you can do that now. If you want to try to.
I'll make a motion that we reconvene in 6 months to revisit this, the label of dangerousness on the dog.
Do I get a second?
Second.
Chuck? Okay, all in favor, starting with you, Tom? That was Lamb and King.
Broussard, no.
King, yes.
Lamb, yes.
Full Janetti, yes.
Attorney Kennefic, does the board need to specify with the final motion that that the order you reduced will be signed by me on behalf of the town, or?
No, it's just something that can be done administratively. We don't have to. It doesn't.
Thank you.
And you were very clear about what the appeal process was, so that will be included in the order?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, this was a really challenging one. It was a long night. It was really, like I said at the beginning, these are not easy. They're not fun. We all have dogs. We all love animals, and you know, we really tried to make the best decision that we could for everybody involved. I feel terrible. I feel terrible for the dog ranger that got injured. I feel terrible for Jasper and his family as well. So I hope, you know, probably nobody's going to be happy in some ways, and I just hope that everyone involved realizes that we really try to do this in a thoughtful way, and we hope that people understand that. So, any other comments or questions before we adjourn?
I do have a comment, and it's to the Deere family and the Dehan family. This was really hard. And I'm sorry for all parties involved. I'm sorry that, you know, it came to this, and I did not take this lightly. And my heart goes out to every one of you, and I am genuinely sorry that we're at this point.
I share that feeling.
All right, one motion to adjourn.
So moved. King.
So that King made the motion. Lamb, did you second?
Lamb, second.
Okay, and a roll call vote.
Sorry, yes.
King, yes.
Lamb, yes.
Full Janetti, yes. Thanks for being here tonight, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night.